And there we go. That microphone is finally on. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. Yep, it's been a Monday on a Tuesday for me, I'll tell you. It's, of course, ended up working right till 4:30, and of course being far away, it never fails. And then you get the heavy rush hour traffic, and there you go. So a little bit late, but you know, a little late is better than not. So welcome everyone. Glad to have you on board. And thank you for the welcomes from Hermione and Fluffy and Henry saying, hear ya, Doc, cool. And thank you, Brian, Perfectability999, as well as Sue and C&D Boy, and Sasha, and Kevin Haynes, and I hear you, DrFox2000. No worries, welcome. Okay, no worries, Doc, welcome. Okay, thanks, Sharon. And thank you for gifting that 10-pack of memberships there, Sharon. That was awesome. I appreciate that. And I see Dan is saying hi. I think he is saying, he's not really saying hi. He says, give me my cookies. I was first. And there you go, Dan. You got your cookies. Now calm down. Oh, cool. Oh, a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun. Very happy to do it. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Doc. Awesome. Quick, a wonky donkey. Go up to the top of the page, click on the banner, and say accept gift. If you haven't clicked that on yet, you might get a free gift. There's a bunch open. There was 2 taken out of the 10-pack. So you may have an opportunity, wonky donkey, do that. If you can see Sharon's thing at the top of the chat box, you might be able to, if it works. I don't know if it will. But anyway, 3 was taken. Oh, mine only says 2 on here for some reason. But anyway, yeah, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all here. It's been a hectic day, so I have no idea what went on. Everything, I'm just as blind as everyone else. I see Mr. Pillar says, Iceland, a massive swarm of quakes. I don't know. How many did we get? Holy mackerel. There is a massive swarm of quakes. We're up to 315. This morning it was, when I left, it was at 58. So maybe Iceland is going to start doing some rocking. And wow, I see some big ones on here too. I should share that with you. Let me just pop over to that map. And we'll stop the canned lava here for a second. And we'll just go to the Iceland map and just show you here. There's a 3.8, there's a 3.57, a 3.7 sitting at Catla. There's a whole bunch there. We've got 3.94 and a 3.2 sitting at Bardabunga. And that is a lot of quakes, and nothing up way far north. Everything seems to be on the south side. So that is very interesting, and this is right where we want it, ladies and gentlemen. You see, this is the outline. You can barely make out the outline for Fragedalfjall. And guess where that is? Oh look, here's a Siggy Fisher, and look at where the swarm is. I am liking this. It looks pretty darn nice. Majority of those quakes are there. I sent you an article on increase in gas and ice melt. Excellent, Sue. As I mentioned, I have not had any opportunities to do anything. I loaded up those 3 links that you had sent. Other than that, I have had 0 time to look at anything. So we will take it one step at a time here and hopefully get through some of it. But yeah, that is encouraging in my view, seeing a massive swarm in Eruption. That is really, really a good sign, and we all have been waiting for that. So let's hope we will see things pop. For right now, let's start though in a normal manner. We'll have a quick look at Hawaii, and we'll actually get rid of the big banner there, and the little one. Archive footage can go away, that can go away. We'll actually stop that canned lava, make it go away, and trying to get my mouse to go cooperate, and it doesn't want to. We're going to make Hawaii real quick because Hawaii is not showing us a heck of a lot. There's Helmau'umu crater. We're looking east, is basically the direction that we're facing. Southeast lava pond, of course, was over here. Central event, still a little bit of smoke there. We're not seeing anything coming off the hills. And there we turn more towards the south. There you can see the southwest vent on the side of the hill there, and nothing happening with it. A little bit more decay perhaps, some rockfall or two, and it looks like we may be getting a little bit more sinking in this area here as more rock is exposed, or it's either that or we can see it a little bit better. We do still see that smoker right there, and the other one right beside it. Let's not worry about that. Let's go here, and that smoker right there was this guy, or was it this guy? This guy. Anyway, that is interesting. There's that central vent. We are still seeing a little bit of light over here in the southeast lava pond, but this area is always interesting to see what happens in the future. This looks like maybe the old west lava pond. We'll see what happens. Anyway, thought I'd show you that one from early this morning, and then we want to get into what it looks like today, and that is what's going on right now. And there it is, where the smoke is coming from, and yeah, really not that much more to add to this. So quick peek at the B1 cam, and oh, that is needing to get refreshed. That was 3:08 in the morning. This is better. 3:08, you couldn't see a darn thing. There is a Mauna Loa in the background, and of course this is Helmau'umu crater, the entirety of it, and that is pretty awesome here at Kilauea in Hawaii on the Big Island, and we'll leave that there. This is the thermal from this morning, 3:08 a.m., and we can see still a little bit of glow over here. Nothing. It looks like everything is starting to cool off. We are actually seeing less down here as well. This glow spot's still there, but this definitely has tamed down a bit for today, or at least at 3:08. Let's look at it now. This is the current shot, and yeah, it's really calmed down a whole bunch. So that's what we've got going on there. Really not too much. We'll go back to that shot. So Hawaii we can kind of write off for today, and be comfortable with saying there's nothing happening. And that is basically it. So nice clear day though. Looks nice there. Hopefully they had a beautiful day. Let's get over to the next one, and of course that is Iceland, since that is what we want to talk about today anyway. It is, what is it, 23:37 in the evening, just about midnight, or 23 minutes before midnight, and still light outside. Awesome. Nice cloud cover over top of the mountains in the background, and there's the capital city of Reykjavik. Let's back that up about 10 hours so we get a better idea what happened during the day. And come on, there we go. Interesting, some really odd looking high clouds, but That is okay. We don't mind that. Looks like they did have a little bit of sunshine here and there. This, of course, being taken from the Perlin Center there in Reykjavik. And that is the beautiful capital city. If you ever go there, please go downtown and get yourself a hot dog. Where is it? Down here somewhere in between all these buildings. There's a special little shack there. That is the original one. Anyway, let's leave this one be, and we'll go over to the next shot. And this is, of course, from the Perlin Center as well. That is the regional airport. As you can see, the runways, sunset happening. And we can see Lear in the background here. So we know visibility is definitely fairly good. And happy about that. Let's leave that one be. Go back 10 hours real quick. Take a look at what it looked like during the day. Again, visibility pretty decent. We can see Lear there as well. And let's leave that shot be and carry on. I'm going to put that back to live, and we will go over to the Reykjanes Peninsula, and that is where the lighthouse is. There's that road, the road that goes up to the geyser, and then this one back here going over to the lighthouse, and then to the shoreline. Of course, there's your steam vent. It's causing the steam to go right in front of Grindavik. We can't barely see the buildings, but they are there, the town of Grindavik. You see a little bit of steam off in the distance there. That is the Blue Lagoon area, and the other power plant over there. This one, of course, being right in front of us here. So that's what that looked like. If we go back that 10-hour mark, let's see what it looked like there. Not bad day. Actually, kind of puffy clouds though. A little bit odd to see that. Usually you see really miserable clouds there, but I like the puffy ones. All right, cool. Let's put that one back to live. And actually, you can see Grindavik off in the distance here, so all cool. And let's make that one smaller. Let's go over to the next one. And that is a beautiful sunset, and I'm going to take a quick snapshot of that. There we go. That, of course, is Catla, and Catla is covered with some cloud, and we don't see too much of it. If we go back a little bit more, there's a neat looking sunset shot. Oh, I need to fix that. There we go. That's better. And we can see that. We can see the top of Catla a little bit more in this because that cloud didn't sit right down on top of it. I'm also going to take a little screenshot of that just to make sure we have it. And we'll keep going from here. I'm going to say hi to everyone in a second or two. I want to see the other shot here as well. This is the other angle, and we'll make that a little prettier too. There we go. So Catla definitely in the sunset and not doing anything really nasty right now. Anyway, that is a gorgeous shot. Let's go back about 10 hours as well to see that one. And there we go. We can see a majority of it. It is just touching the clouds, but that is Catla underneath all that ice. So all good. Kermit going to have to come, darn it, LOL, as I can't get around the supermarket. Uh-oh, Peggy, just take it easy. Anyway, that's what we've got cooking there. I'm going to say hi to everyone before we move on and do anything else. We'll start out by saying hi to Tom and Pepper and a Wonky Donkey. And, did I say hi to my moderators? Okay, let's stop it for a second. Let's do the moderators first. Welcome, moderators. Arizona Snowman and a Piggy. Piggy, of course, who's in here having to drag Kermit out to go to the supermarket. And, of course, we enjoy having Piggy here. She's a wonderful person. We also have a CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. So thank you, moderators, for being here. Now, I did say hi to a couple of people there, so we'll continue on with those. We'll say hi to Sue. We got Wonky Donkey. Dan is here, who got the cookies. DJ Puff the Third also on board. Sarah Miles is here. Sharon Stewart, of course, who gifted those that 10-pack of memberships. That was awesome. And scrolling up here, and let's see, Henry Nelson is on board. JB is also here. Welcome, you guys. Sasha, welcome. And we got the DJ Puff the Third. Yep, we got him. Kevin Haynes is also here. Welcome, Kevin. And as I scroll up, look for other names, I'm trying to spot them quickly. Aloha to Kathy. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. And who else we got? As I scroll up, Oh Mummy of Hamsters is here. Welcome, Oh Mummy of Hamsters. And let's see, who else is in here? We got Sarah, we got Sharon, got DJ, BloxyMan22 on board. Welcome. And who else we got in here? Still scrolling up. Let's see, got Mr. Pillar, okay, welcome. And who else we got in here? Still scrolling up. Boy, there's a lot of chat going on though, and that is all cool. We don't mind that. That is what it's for. So we expect people to chat, and they do a wonderful job at it. Some better than others, I think. Anyway, let's keep going. Better than me, anyway. We got Tom and Pepper already. Yep, I'm still scrolling upwards here, looking for. We got Hermione and Fluffy in as well. Welcome, Hermione and Fluffy. And Fluffy's probably looking at the phone, going, "Who's calling me? Who's calling me?" I don't understand his language. I wonder if Fluffy does speak English. Anyway, that's about all I see in here as far as names. Lizoid is here. Welcome, Lizoid. I'm glad to have you on board. Yeah, Brian, Perfectibility 999. I think I got you earlier there, so all good. And let's see, Mark Crispo also here. Welcome. Epically Epic is on board. Okay, I got that one in there as well. And let's see, I think that's good for now. If I did not say hi to you, don't be offended. I do try to say hi to everyone that comes in here, but sometimes we have to kind of push it a little bit because I'm a little slow in getting going today because of work, etc. Anyway, let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts, our rumble chart, and we are going to go take a look and see what is rumbling. And I need to get over there. I will be seeing what it is because I have no idea what's happened yet today, other than seeing the swarm of earthquakes. Why is that not lining up? Well, it doesn't matter. Let's get it going anyway. Okay. Up, up, and away! Whee! Into the sky! And guess what? I am super, super happy to see the seismicity go up, go down a little bit, and then it started to go up, 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 up. And where do I lose sight of the seismicity? About 4,500 roughly. That is awesome, and we see our tectonic going in, and we see it going up, and it is buried underneath the blue, so we have no clue, and into the blue yonder, you bet. And as we see what's going on here, it started out pretty good, then somewhere around lunchtime it decided it is time, and there we go. We see that go right off the scale, and that is awesome. So obviously Fragedalfjall has done a little bit there, and we see what's going on, and we'll get into those quakes. What else? What? Henry is starting to get the smell of gunpowder in the air. Yep, happy 4th of July to all of you, and hopefully those that are celebrating will have a good day. Anyway, quick peek at Astja, seismicity, or sorry, a magmatic movement. We see it going up and down a little bit. Nothing crazy there. And then we look at seismicity, a little bit on the upswing, and kind of jolted in the middle and went back down a little bit. But we do see that we did have some tectonic action and a fairly large quake in here as well. And that is a couple of them there, so that may have been carried from some of the other areas. And yes, that's the magpie in the background. Anyway, that is Askja. So let's go down to the next one. Actually, we're technically going up, but we're scrolling down. Grimsey is the next one we want to look at, and Grimsey looks pretty quiet. We do see a dip in the morning as far as a magmatic movement, and then holding pretty steady and just a slight decline at the end of the day. Seismicity kind of followed suit with it, and almost the same thing for our tectonic movement. So up in the north, nothing too major. We do see a couple of spikes there, but those are minor in comparison to what we've seen at the other places. So let's take a look at what we see there at the Grindavik. And Grindavik's chart is very similar to what we're seeing at the Fragedalfjall, and of course that is an awesome sight, seeing that get up there. Anyway, a magmatic movement went up, peaked and dropped a little bit, and then went back up, and definitely higher than where it started. We can only see a part of our seismicity today. Here in the morning and a little bit in the later afternoon, evening, and I can't really tell where it ended up. And again, this stuff during the day, it's just like any other working day that we see that. They don't work on Sundays, so we didn't get it. And Saturday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So you can see, and this again is a Sunday. Okay, when they didn't work. So obviously that is man-made, but these are not, and that is very cool and very interesting. Let's take a look at the other one, and that's Krusivik. And Grindavik, of course, is to the southwest of Fragedalfjall, and Krusivik is to the northeast. So let's have a little comparison in those charts. And yep, looks like what we see here, an uptick in a magmatic and dropped back down, and then peaked out over here somewhere. We can see the color just barely, and then of course our green, which represents a seismicity. I don't know where it ended up. It's underneath the blue somewhere. And of course we are seeing the early morning, or first half of the day was fairly quiet, but in the afternoon right off the scale as well. And of course the Krusivik sensor is fairly close to Fragedalfjall, especially where that swarm was happening. So without further ado, let's see what we can do to go have a look at that and see exactly what we've got happening in our Fragedalfjall area. We'll hit some of the other shots first, some of the bigger ones that we see, but I'm very, very curious to see what's going on. Let's see. Who's in? Oh, Irish Monk. Oh, that's who you're looking for. Okay, I'm not going to worry about Irish Monk right now. We got earthquakes to worry about. Anyway, looking at that map, that is beautiful. And 368 quakes, that too is beautiful. So let's look at some of these bigger ones, and we'll kind of get rid of them real quick. And we got a 3.8 that actually happened at 2155. It was 5.1 kilometers down over here on the North American side of the plate. Thank you, Piggy. And then we also seen a 2.6 out there, 1.1 kilometer down, which is a little bit on the shallow side. Anyway, 2336 was the time on that one, 2.6 in magnitude. Let's we'll skip this mess for a second. We'll go over here. I want to see this 3.94, and that was a 2.2 kilometers down from a 2002. Hang on, is that maybe Irish Monk trying to start his truck up? That's the other one. I want to see if I can get the other quake. No, it's not letting me. Come on, there we can do it. Oh, had it, but another quake came in. 3.32, 3.7 kilometers down, right at 2000 or 8 p.m. And then we had one more here, and it's a 1.1 kilometers down from 2140. And of course, that is over at Bardabunga. They also had a 0.8 over here, 6.7 kilometers down from 2348. And then we've got a few up top here. I'm not even going to bother touching those. 3.7 here at Catla. And that was from 2216, 6.6 kilometers down. That is not encouraging or telling us that we're going to have an eruption there. This one is 2.6, 6.7 kilometers down from 1850 at Catla. And this one is a 0.9, and that disappeared because we got another quake, 5.2 kilometers down for him, 3:02 this morning, a 0.3, 1.1 clicks down, 16:05, and from 13:18 we had a 1.3, a 2. I'll try that again. 5.2 kilometers down. Got it. All right, and that is tough sometimes. Going too quick. Magnitude 2.33, 135 meters down, and 1925 is the time on that. Likely ice movement. The other one here is from 1351, a 0.61, and 135 meters down as well. I think there's another one underneath there. There is too. 1.09, and that is only 70 meters down from 1405. Very likely ice movement for that. This 0.3, 50 meters down, and that again, ice movement, 1155. This one here, 4.6 kilometers down, too deep to be ice movement. 0.7 in magnitude, 1952 is the time on that. There's also a 1.5 up here, 11.2 kilometers down, 1549. And they're at part of Eyjafjallajökull, or very close to it. 1.3, 5.2 kilometers down from 2245. So let's go over and have a look at the Reykjanes Peninsula. I know I'm running out of time real quick, but hey, let's take a look here anyway. We'll get started. We got this 0.9, 3.1 kilometers down, 2130, a 0.5, 2.9 clicks down from 1801. Let's zoom in a little bit. We got a 0.82, 2.9 clicks down, 1453, 1.16, 3.7 kilometers down, 7:34 a.m. and 0.81, 1.8 kilometers down, 1313 is the time on that one. This one is a 0.43, 2.2 clicks down from a 417, a 0.4, 8.3 kilometers down from 1018. Over there is a 0.7, 1.1 kilometer down from 1758. And let's grab these little guys here too. A 0.5, 5.2 clicks down, 2259. A 0.3, 5.2 clicks down, 2348. Next one is a 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down, 2303. and then the next one, another 0.3, 5.2 clicks down at 2303. I don't believe that's right. There it is. 0.7. We had to dig it out of there. 5.2 clicks down. 2223. There we go. I got that. So we've got those covered. The rest is all here in the Reykjanes Peninsula, and we will actually take a look at those after the break. And I know I kind of started late, but I'm just gonna have to look at some of this stuff and try to figure out what we've got going on here. Some awesome quakes in here too, you know, size-wise. 2.43, 6.3 clicks down. That's a little bit low for an eruption. 2145 is the time on it. We've got this one at 2.1, 0.6 of a kilometer down, so 600 meters. That is a good sign. That is telling us that we've got something coming up. 2312 was the time on that. Here's a 1.6, 2.9 clicks down at 2336. Here's a 2.2, 5.2 kilometers down at 2244. Do we have others in this area? 0.8, 4.3 kilometers down, 2335. This one is 2.2 clicks down, and that is a 0.7 from 2310. So just as a few samples, that is very, very interesting. Some of them we'll have to dig out some more and see if surely a new fissure wouldn't come up that fast. And DJ, actually it could. It could. And it could be basically along that same fault line. And if you kind of use this as a guide here, and you know that fault, I mean, it's not going to be 100% straight line, but roughly in that general direction. So these are in the right place, very much so. Anyway, it is break time, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to put you back on some canned lava for right now, and I'll leave that on here and turn on that little thing saying it's archive footage. There we go. And I am going to go take that break because it is basically 6 o'clock for me here, or 6:01 now. Typically we do the bacon seeds right after the break, and we will do that. And we're going to definitely have the bacon seeds when we come back from the break, and the secret volcano, and then we'll come back to this. We will adjust the stream today accordingly. We may skip a good portion of the weather map. We don't need to do too much in there. We just want to see where some of the storms are. So just to kind of keep everything fair and moving along. Anyway, I'm allergic to sulfur. I will stay indoors. Yep, you can definitely stay indoors, Kathy. I'm allergic to work, and I gotta stay indoors too. I'm kidding. I'm gonna go for a break. I'm glad I'm not allergic to Pepsi. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Can you save a time, Doc? Midwest and dry and hot. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. There you go. And happy 4th of July, Tom. And for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling, and bacon seeds coming up. And there we go. I got the microphone on, but I forgot to drink my Pepsi. Hang on. Thank you for the welcome backs. There we go. Now I got my Pepsi. Thank you, Sue and Kevin and Henry and Bloxy Man. And yeah, I needed that, Sarah. Anyway, let's and Wonky Donkey, why did you spill the beans? You told everyone about the party. Now we're going to be in trouble. How are we going to explain this? Anyway, I'm kidding. It's okay. The party is out of the bag. Let's stop this lovely lava. I hear you, DrFox2000. Have more Pepsi. Okay, I will. Oh. Anyway, I did promise bacon seeds next. So let's have a look. And that one, of course, was the last one from yesterday that Piggy sent. Here's what Piggy does. She gets on her computer and then she sends us some more. And here's one. This one is from Barbados. Imported freshly with swimming bacon seeds. Big ones. These are huge. Did you get the links to the live streams? Yes, Sue, I did. The last one from Catla is identical to the one that was from that other place, so I just removed that one. And the Eruption one is from up on top of the hill, just to the south of the Blue Lagoon, looking at Eruption. So I did see it, and that is where we got. So anyway, that's our first bacon seed of today. Let's go take a look. And they're obviously enjoying swimming, those pigs. And here's another one down at the beach. On my bucket list to go there. Awesome. Piggy, that would really be cool. I think it'd be awesome to go swimming with the pigs. Never mind going swimming with the darn, what do they call them, dolphins. I go swimming with the pigs. And that one looks like he's got a nice smile. I would be in heaven. Yep, it would be awesome. There's some more swimmers there, and you can see them both in the water and above the water. So one dolphin, done dolphins as a kid. Awesome. Let's continue on here. Let's see what else we got. Oh, and now we're getting into hats, maybe. I have no idea. A little basket case here wearing a pink or purple, whatever it is, bonnet. I have no idea. What do you call that kind of a hat? I have no idea. I just call it a hat. In a beret? Yeah, beret. All right, I can live with that. And along, what? With a frog piggy. Oh, cool. Bonjour, a piggy in a beret. Ah, awesome. And this is a more piggy style, though, I think. Sipping that pina colada as getting a suntan, just relaxing. That would be pretty awesome. Anyway, let's continue on. And I'll take a look at this one. Here we've got a 3-pack. And 3 packs for hugs. Styling. Yes, Sharon, that would be it. Anyway, this is a neat looking little 3-pack. They all seem to like cuddles. So they're getting cuddled. And 4, I only see 3. I see 3. There are only 3 lights. Wonky donkey. And oh, there are not 5 lights. I don't see 4. Where's a 4? I count 3. 1, 2, 3 pig heads. And the zoomed in camera. Yeah, I have no idea. Anyway, let's go to the next one. And this one here. I see 4 in this one. There are 4 pigs in this shot. There's not 3, there's a 4. These guys look awesome. Is talking golf. 5? I don't see 5. I see 4. Or is there one hiding way in the back, kind of tucked down behind the last one there? One leg. Oh boy. Yeah. This could be interesting. Let's leave the shadows alone. Back leg of number 5. Well, hang on. Back leg of number 5. We see a shadow of another one there. Okay, never mind. I'm tired. I gotta just continue on here. How many bacon seeds do we have in this picture? I see at least 5 or 6. And these 2 in the front, though, are cute as all get out. I like that. They are wrinkly little guys and pretty awesome. Yeah, there's lots in the background. We can't tell. And pretty cool, though. Let's get at our second last bacon seed. How many bacon seeds in this picture? I can tell you right now, only 1. And he is in the laundry basket because he has to be taken to the laundry or the hogwash. I think that's what's going on. He's going and destined for the hogwash. So that is what's going on. You gotta wash your laundry, and hogs are part of it. So let's do the last bacon seed for today. And wow, isn't that a happy little picture? Happy hogwash. And that is awesome. And he looks like he has an owie on his head. Yeah, that last one did. It kind of. This one is definitely in the hogwash and enjoying his time. He's got a beautiful smile on his face. He's loving it. So very, very cool. Let's get over and do our secret volcano, though. And we want to see what that looks like. Let me turn that on. We'll turn off the canned lava again. That, of course, starts automatically. Here is, let's get rid of the archive footage too. Here is our secret volcano. And we're going to make this one fairly quick because we got business to go back to in Iceland. So, any guesses? Let's see. We need some guesses. This can't be that hard. I mean, my God. I'm trying to think. Where the heck is this volcano? Oh, I've got the name. No, it's not Fuego. It's not Popocatépetl. It's not Etna. It's not Agun. It's not Krakatau. Pretty stars. Yes, Tom, you got that right. Planet Perfecto. No, sorry, not a Planet Perfecto either. I don't know which one that is. It's not Sakurajima. It's not Mayon. Not a White Isle. No, sorry. And let's see. Any more takers? No? Boy. Okay, if you have no idea, then you need to put the flag up real quick if you are not sure. So the faster we get those flags, the faster I will reveal where that wonderful volcano is, and we'll let you know. All right, I will give you a hint, though. It is within the Ring of Fire. So, good night, Piggy. You get some rest. No, Henry, it's not Viorica. Sorry. And that's all okay. Piggy, take care of yourself. And try to get some decent sleep, please, okay? And we'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Piggy. Hugs. And, all right, any more guesses? Not the Great Sitkins, no. Sorry, it's not Ducono. Ducono. No, not Ducono. And I am going to tell you which hemisphere it's in, if that helps any. It is in the northern hemisphere. I don't have to think about this one. I don't have to look at the map. I know it's in the northern hemisphere. No, sorry, it's not Ibu. It's not Santa Maria. No, definitely not. And I know this is a tough one. No, sorry, it's not Klyashevskoy. Sue, and nice try though, but no, it's not Shivelish either. No, Shivelish is completely different shape, by the way, but no, not Shivelish. Not Shivelish. Mr. Pillar and Sue and Wonky saying Popocatépetl. It's been guessed before, but no, it's not Mount Fuji either. It's not Karimsky. It's not star pattern. The star pattern. You're trying to look at the star patterns? I'm sorry, there's clouds in the way. Darn clouds. It's a volcano, methinks. Yes, and DJ, you're correct. It is a volcano. But where is said volcano? And it is not Pavlov. Sorry. There, Sue. All right, I still don't see any flags. We got business in Iceland. Come on, you guys. Let's make it quick. Mount Baker. No, not Mount Baker. No, not Bezimiani. Nope, sorry. I knew this was going to go sideways. Henry's thrown in the flag. Yay, first flag on the play. I have no idea from Bloxy Man number 22. And I do have a pretty good idea where it is. Actually, it's not the Three Sisters. No, it's not any one of the Three Sisters. It's not semi so Pochnoi. Noi. No. DJ surrenders. I take that as a white flag, DJ. That means we got 2 white flags on the play. 2 more or 3 more, and then we'll call it. If nobody gets it, it's not New York City. Sorry, Bill. Bill Arundel. No, not Sakurajima. Definitely not. You two surrender. It's not you two or surrender. Oh, you were surrendering. All right. Anyway. All right. I'm guessing that nobody can guess this volcano without more hints and without me handing them the actual spelling of the name. No, Sasha, it's not Urtael, it is not Cotopaxi. There's our 3rd white flag. Sarah Miles just threw it in. And let's see, we should take that as a done deal. Tambora, a volcano, no wonky tonky, sorry, and not Tambora. All right, I'm going to officially call it because it's a time. You guys are not able to get it, and you've gone through a bunch of them. There's a flag number 4. Luotalak, no, it's not that one either. It's not Mordor, sorry, we give up. Luotalak, no, Asu, and this is San Miguel, a volcano, and San Miguel is located in a little place called El Salvador. El Salvador, San Miguel. Yep, San Miguel. Is it Miguel? Miguel. Miguel? Miguel. I will show you. It is in El Salvador. And let's see on the map. We'll go to this one. No, no, not Santiaguito. No, no, no. Let's not get confused. Right in here. El Salvador. And if we zoom in a little bit, you can see where it is. There it is. San Miguel, a volcano. And yep, that is what we got there. That is what they call it, and it is a stratovolcano that is 2,130 meters tall, or 6,988 feet, and it is there. It is active. It's doing its thing, and El Salvador takes it for today. And I thought I'd use that one because we never talk about that one. Fuego is there, Santiaguito is there, and next one is Tolica, next one Masaya, and Rincon de la Vieja right there, and that is the one we like to keep an eye on. But hey, that one's not showing up lately. In the snow usually. Anyway, that's what we're seeing, and that is where we're at. So let's go back to Iceland. And you know, this map really bugs me because they don't put any of the earthquakes there. None at all. And that is really kind of depressing. But let's go to this map and look at all those quakes. We gotta love that. I really do. And the numbers are going up. We got 377. And the majority of the quakes, of course, are within this region. We had another 1.4. A 1.1 kilometer down, so that's a pretty good indicator that, you know, these things are getting closer to the surface in some places. I was looking during the break to see where we had stuff coming up, and looks like things were fairly shallow up here, just by Clear, but we also see some shallow ones in here. If I can find some of them, also some very deep ones. So it kind of throws you a little bit for a loop. But I think we may still have some time for magma to intrude or promote itself to go upward. This is definitely a good scenario though. So I'm hoping that we'll see something. This one is 5 kilometers down, 3.4. I'm just looking at the depths to see what we've got here. 3.6, 5, 5.2, 5.5, 5. This one is 5.1, 5.7, 5.4, 5.6. 8.9, a little bit deeper, 6.6 for that guy. This one 3.4. 6.9 for that one. You know, looking at the different depth, this one is 1.6 kilometers down. Further over here, 6.7. So what do we got going on? You know, these are all pretty much on average somewhere around 5 kilometers down. So in my opinion, that might be a little too deep yet. This one is 11.3. This is a 9.5. This one is 1.1. That's more encouraging, right? This one, another 1.1 right there. What about there? 3.4 clicks down. This one, 7.1 kilometers down. This one, 5.6. So looking at those, that's what that is telling us. And of course, that is Ragnar there. We do have one fairly close to him as well, a 5.5 kilometers down from 2105. Interesting. And we also have this batch down here. Then looking at some of these, 1.56, 1523, 2.5 kilometers down. This one 2.4 for that 1.47 from 50 minutes after 5 a.m. This one, 0.64, 1.3 kilometers down, 1104. We already got that one. I want to see some of the other ones. These ones are relatively shallow, so are we going to see something down here instead? This one is 1.09, 1.1 clicks down from 1219, and an older one, 0.13, 1.2 kilometers down. So is there something going on that we don't know about? So we've got the massive swarm here, but we've got the shallower quakes here, even though most of those are a little bit older. Here's a 1.1 though, that's fairly new. It's only 1.3 kilometers down. That's a brand new quake at 5 minutes after their midnight. So yeah, something to ponder. This is 1.1 kilometers down. Again, another very new quake, 5 minutes after midnight, or just about 6. This one is 2 minutes after midnight. That one is a little bit deeper, 7.2 clicks down. This one is an older quake, and we just got another larger quake in there that showed up, 3.57, I think. This one though, 13.9 clicks down. So we are still getting a mixed view here of depths. Yeah. That one, no, that wasn't the new one. Where's the new one then? There it is. It's a 7.8 kilometers down from 30 minutes after their midnight hour. The new one, that is. So interesting to see that. So bear in mind this. If they are too deep yet, that's going to indicate that we are going to see the magma rising. Some of them, we've seen a couple quakes in there that were closer to the surface, but for the most part, 5 to 6 kilometers down on average. When we see that in this area, we're going to say, hey, something is still going to be on the move. We do see this swarm down here, and that, of course, right beside the highway. That is actually, this is not Creaky, not Haggy, not Creaky is over here. So not Haggy, not Creaky, Gelding Gedarler, and of course Ragnar right there. And then, we may see something pop open here. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? We don't know. It's like Iceland is unpredictable. And somebody's saying it is a time. Also 2 quakes in the water. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of quakes in the water, though. It's not just 2 there, Sue. And we have to wonder about that, because we see those. We got a 9.9 there, and that is 3.1 clicks down, 2205. And this one right off the coast here, and that is 1.3 clicks down, 5 minutes after midnight. And we got a 0.04, 2.6 kilometers down, or just about 2.7, at 2:04 a.m. From before. So yeah, really kind of wild to see that happening. And I think we need to really pay attention in the next little while to see what we've really got happening there in Iceland. The other shot there that Sue did provide was this one, and she sent me that link. And of course, we are located on the hill just to the south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. And that we are looking to, I guess we'd call it the, is that technically northeast kind of? And you can see the top of Ragnar right in there. That is Ragnar. So that is from the hill that's just south of the Blue Lagoon. Camera is shaking, yeah, and that's probably because it's windy there. Iceland, a very windy place. Okay, I'm going to put you back on canned lava right after I gloat about my successful secret volcano for today. And there you go. Don't go away. This is, of course, some canned lava from Hawaii. I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bump. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And don't go away. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. and get ready to share your thoughts as to what might be happening in Iceland. And the microphone is back on. Sasha, no, California is not falling in the ocean. No way. And I don't think Iceland is going to split in two. Sarah, sorry. Mr. Pillar, I do have kind of a consideration for your statement there. Maybe it will open between Kalir and DrFox2000, and I'm not sure if that is where it could be, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Sue and Mr. Pillar, and wish Cal was a doc. And thanks, Tom. And let's see. Yeah, the island of California. Thank you there, DJ Puff the Third and Kevin Haynes. All good, and we'll see. Anyway, this is a lovely canned lava, but we're going to leave it be because we got other fish to fry. Let's go back to what we're seeing there in Iceland just for a few moments, and then we'll deal with some of the other ones. But yeah, what, like, whoop, I clicked the wrong earthquake map. I need the other one. There we go. Of course, seeing what we have here before, and I want to remind everyone, last time we had it erupt, we had shakers down here, then we had shakers up there, and then we had more shakers over here beside the power plant area, and then we had a bunch out here by the Blue Lagoon, and then all of a sudden we had an eruption over here at Siggy's Fissure. So this is something that we have to consider, and are we going to see an eruption somewhere? We may not even see one, and it is difficult to see. The camera doesn't want to focus. There could be a steam, but we need more daylight. I do agree, we need more daylight. Anyway, when we see this down here, we see this is a lot closer to the surface. Is it going to be happening down here in Knot Creeky? Okay, and that is a question. We don't see anything here in Knot Haggy, and we don't see anything in between. The fault line runs right through here, and majority of what we're seeing is on the North American side of that plate. We do have another quake in there that just happened, a 1.3, 6.6 clicks down for that one. So and we are up to 418 quakes, and a majority of them are new ones in this area. So anyway, when we had that original Ragnar or a Bob eruption, it was up by Kalir. It moved all the way down here. It was out here on the peninsula for a while. Then all of a sudden we've seen a few down here, and then later on it moved up in the northern area again, just south of Kalir, in this area specifically, and with massive quakes, and then Ragnar popped open, right? And this is, so when we see this is something that we really have to wonder, is this the prelude to what we really are going to see? Is that going to be another, there's another quake that just happened just right now, 1.9, 6.2 kilometers down, 44 minutes after midnight. So it gives you a pretty good idea. Anyway, I'm kind of gonna sit back a little bit with a bated breath, because I have no idea what is going to happen there. And yes, Sarah, I think that needs to be updated. There's likely updates coming for that comment. I think those guys are still eating tacos, though. They got some to go, apparently, from what I heard. But we'll leave that alone. Anyway, so, rather than trying to go through all these quakes, I'm just going to leave the rest be. We know we've got some fair-sized quakes, and we know we have some movement, of our tectonic plates. That is without a doubt when we see multiple larger quakes in the 3 zones. That's usually an indicator. But we have this mass or swarm right in here. We have the older swarm from just previous in a time relation to what's going on there. So are we seeing the same thing where we're bouncing around and looking for a path? And this would be an easier path to come up here than it would be here from the 5 to 6 kilometer mark, whereas these are already sitting at between 1 and 2.5. So definitely need to take a look and see what happens. It may not erupt here at all. Remember, we were seeing the swarms over here before, okay? So is that what we're going to see, or are we going to see an eruption offshore? We have no idea what will truly happen. Or is it going to be right out here somewhere in the water? This is still something that is so interesting that we'll see. So that's why a new live cam at Catla went up today. Yeah, that live cam at Catla, hang on, we wanted to kind of mention those again. So the views that we have of those cameras, of course, this one is on the hill just to the south of the Blue Lagoon, looking over at Fragadalfjall. And this area up in the front here, that's not creaky. This is where that batch of quakes happened there. And then you can see there's the tip of Storihruger, and I'm not sure, but that might be the tip over there of Kalir. I can't really tell from this angle, but that is definitely Ragnar right in there. So if we see any smoke rising from here, be alarmed or be happy. The other area to keep in mind is down here, of course, because this is the area just behind this little hill. That is the other area that had those shallow quakes. So that is something to think about. The other live Catla cam is this one, and that is a pretty decent picture. Live from Iceland is producing those, so that is pretty awesome. That is the same as the other camera that we were looking at just previously from another outfit as well. So we'll make that one smaller, and this of course is the original one that we always used, and you can see Catla, no smoke, no steam, no nothing coming off of it as we see it there right now. So that is okay. And of course that's the long distance shot there from basically the other power plant out here by the lighthouse on the Reykjanes Peninsula. So the activity, if we've seen anything, would be over in that area. So that is kind of cool. Anyway, yeah, so that is, oh, they're panning that one around a little bit. And that is the power plant over there. And these are some of the capture stations that they have there for getting the steam. I've been down that highway a bunch of times, so I do know that well, and they are panning around. So that's kind of nice to be able to see that. Lucas also here. Welcome, Lucas. Good to see you. And yeah, I don't know how far they're going to pan with this one, but I do know that it has that capability. Anyway, looking there, you can see that is Ragnar. So very interesting to see, you know, the possibilities. And this area out front there, that is not creaky. That's where those other quakes are, behind this hill. And definitely could pop there, could pop in the back there. We'll see what happens as the lava workers continue to do their thing. Yeah, not creaky area there. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. And this is what's that other one? Burger Bergerfjord, I don't know, I can't remember what they call that. Something like that. Anyway, that is all good. Hey, Alex, what are you doing there in Iceland? Are you going to the party tonight, Alex? I heard there was a lava worker party over by Kalir. They're really whooping it up. There's a bunch of different stuff going on, and they're showing a little bit more panning towards Grindavik, and you'll be able to see the town of Grindavik from this shot. This, I believe, is the garbage dump out here, or is that this? That's the recycling center right there, and they were building that when I was still there. Just started on it, and there is your lovely town of Grindavik. As you can see, it's not a very large place, but good people there, good people, and a boat out in the water. That is awesome. Anyway, they've gone back to where they need to be. Let's leave that happening. Just spotted the quakes pattern. Looks kind of eruption possibility to me. Yeah, Alex, that's kind of what we were thinking as well when we were looking at the amount of quakes that have been happening there. And whoop, I didn't want to do that. Wanted to go click on here, and looking at what we've got going on, it's just a tremendous amount of earthquakes that are happening. And we'll see, it's a 1.8, that is the last one, and that 1.8, 4.8 clicks down. These ones over here, between most of them, they're still too deep to make anything go. Magma's, there we go, Yvonne, saying magma's pushing its way up at Fraggrafjall. Yay! That is good news, and that is our volcanologist giving us from what we see, and latest info from work. Awesome there, Yvonne. Thank you very kindly for those good words. And we're hoping it's here. We're hoping. And definitely, if it's pushing up, it's happy. Because like I said, this batch down here in Not Creaky area, that was looking pretty good yesterday, and some of those depths, 2.5, 2.4, 1.3 kilometers down. This one 2.5. What's this one over here? 1.1. And I thought maybe we're going to see something happening there. Yeah, there's a Borgafjall. That's the one that is. I'm exhausted. Possibility of going to work again soon. Oh, okay. That is cool. Anyway, rather than beating it to death, let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope that we are going to see an eruption there, because what we see as far as earthquakes is really, really awesome. Some almost at the surface events. Well, coffee, anyone? Yeah. We're going to be up for a little while tonight, I think, keeping an eye on this, because this will definitely go and do its thing. Actually, for all those good people who are wanting to watch and see if they can spot anything there, I'm going to drop the link here for that one camera that is looking at Fraggrafjall, the one that is just to the south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant up on the hill. That is this camera here. So you guys can take a look at that. And what 0.61? It's okay, 100 meters down, and Mr. Pillar. Okay, cool. That is interesting. That's that link, though, if you want to go look at the cam there, the one that we watched earlier as they panned it around a little bit. But right now they are pointed over towards Fraggrafjall. So if you see any smoke coming up, you can let us know. in either channel. Well, the other one, of course, the other stream is on 24/7. Anyway, it is just about break time again. I just want to take some quick peeks around, and let's take a real fast look at what might be happening in the Azores. And I don't know if that's any indicator from what we see in Iceland, but real quick in Azores, there we are on the island of St. George, looking at the one of the little towns there, or villages, and the harbor. Off in the distance you see the lights of Pico Island. If we go to this shot, typically what we were seeing here was how much wave action there is, but because we're too late, we're not going to see any tonight. Just wanted to see the 7th and 3rd. Okay, that is this guy. That was yesterday. We had a 2.1 there on the island of St. George, and don't see too much else. Let's go to the other map though, and I am going to refresh that. We're going to see what they've got. They've got a whole bunch of quakes happening there as well. And that is always interesting. Whoop, I didn't want to zoom in yet. I wanted to stay out. I want to see what else they got. I want to hit this one. There we go. So if we go look at what they've got there, and yeah, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 quakes. Oh, I should have just read the number. 13 quakes in the last 24 hours or thereabouts. So very, very interesting to see that as well. And that is kind of cool. So real quick there, Pico Island had one 3 hours ago. It's a 2.4 surface quake. 9 hours ago there for that one, 2.2, 4.4 kilometers down. 1543 for him, and the other one, oh, we got him. We need to be a little closer, I think. Zoom in, there we go. 9 hours ago, 7 hours ago is the other one, from 2.3 from 5 kilometers down. 1800 was the time on that. Here's this one, a 2.4 surface quake from 2221. This one is 5 hours ago from 1958, 2.1 in a magnitude surface quake. Next one is 3 hours ago from 2.1 from 2140 and a surface quake as well. 2.8, 2.5 kilometers down from 1755. This one here, 2.1 surface quake from 2020. Kind of makes you wonder what we got going on there. So that is acting up a little strangely as well. I did see this quake back here 11 hours ago, 2.4, and that's from 1356. So really do have to make a big judgment call. What do we got going on? You know, are we seeing some plate shifting? And this, of course, would indicate that we've got other stuff happening and not just at Iceland. Anyway, there's the Canary Islands, just so you get an idea. Canary Islands there, Portugal, Spain, France, England, and Wales and Scotland up there, and Ireland, and of course Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, with Sue waving at us over there from Cole Harbour, and that is right there. Awesome. Anyway, let's leave that be. It is time for me to go for another break, so I am going to go do that. We'll put you back on that wonderful canned lava. And jolly old England. Yep, that hasn't moved. It's, well, actually it has a little bit, but we're not going to talk about that right now. Let's leave that there and keep smiling. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bump. And Yvonne says, getting ready now. I'll be back soon. Okay, Yvonne. And I'm going to put some music on. Hit the like button, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And there we go, the microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. I got the hiccups, oh no. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Sue and Kevin, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart, and thank you, Mr. Pillar, and Dan, and Kananaska's Country, and Bloxy Man 22, and yeah, I keep staring over at the shot here, hoping to see some smoke or something puffing up on that link that I showed you guys just a few minutes ago. That is peeking over at there, we'll paste it. That is we're peeking over at the volcano and our wonderful Fragedalfjall, that area anyway, to see if there was some smoke. I'm going to pause this stuff and just go back to that scene for a minute. Because that is what everybody is interested in. Anyway, you can see Ragnar in the back here, right there, and that is Storkruger, right there, and we are not seeing anything rising, no smoke or anything. I'm thinking this is just a cloud that's moving along here, or off in the distance, kind of deceiving. We do see some more about the same altitude, so I'm thinking that's just putzing along and not being anything for hiccups. Hold your breath. It's pretty hard to talk and hold my breath at the same time, Sarah. Just read that the entire Reykjanes Peninsula has risen by 2.5 centimeters since April. Oh, wow, that is interesting. That's quite a big rise. That is over an inch. Hold your breath. Okay, hold my breath in my hand. Anyway, or drink water fast, or have a sugar cube, or look at the bright lights. Something. I have no idea how to get rid of them. They just come and then they disappear. I'll get one hiccup and then I won't have another one ever for like months, and then all of a sudden I'll get a whole bunch of them. Dr. Fox, you can't multitask. You're absolutely right, Tom. I have a whole problem of trying to keep things straight. Lots of earthquakes at Kaleer. Yes, we've been talking about that. Okay, need to get ready for work. Let's hope it's actually something. See you in an hour or something like that. All right, Yvonne Kunkel, that'd be awesome. And we'll see what happens. And let's see what we've got going on here. Okay, a brand new account again. June 17th, huh? STE, welcome, and just to let you know, there are a bunch of moderators, so we want to make sure that you understand no foul language, and I know you haven't said anything bad, so also 5 emojis max, that kind of thing. Keep it clean. It's a civil chat, and we're all good. Anyway, looking at what we've got here, so all good. For right now, time for the nuts to come out. Hope that we don't have too many of them, Tom. I know it's the 4th of July there in the US, and we are getting all kinds of wonderful things happening down there, I'm sure. Anyway, yeah, it's interesting to see all those quakes, and again, when we have a look at that map and just see, you know, it is a horrendous amount. There's a new one, and it's a 2. Is it a 2.0? Yeah, it's that 2.0, 5.5 kilometers down, happened at 111. So yeah, lots and lots and lots of quakes there in the area just north of the Siggy Fisher, and south of Calir, southwest slightly, but that whole area. And you know, we remember from like basically what we were seeing there, this whole thing here is where that general fissure is. Okay, so that's the soft spot in here, basically going from about here all the way along, all the way over to Calir, kind of just beside it. But we could see something going on. Could be magma on the move. Well, it could be magma on the move. We're not really thinking that we're going to see it up here, though. The depths are still too deep. We do have this 2.8 down here. This is fairly new. 3 kilometers down for that one, 54 minutes after midnight. And then when we look at the older ones here, we've seen stuff happening. This is new as well. This is in Nahagi. 2.6 clicks down, 54 minutes after midnight, 1.7. So is it possible that we're going to see something there? See, that one is 11 kilometers down. But this 2.6 clicks, this is 3 clicks. The one over on the edge of Sturehruger, only 900 meters down. And that is only a 0.9, but still, that is within a few minutes. So that's like not even 20 minutes ago that happened. So are we going to see something? We definitely have some, as Yvonne said, we are seeing something starting to move. And I think this may be a time that we want to keep an eye on this for tonight. This one, 4.3 clicks down for 0.9, 1.1. Only 100 meters down for that one, 5 minutes after midnight. This one is a 1.1 kilometer down, 5 minutes after midnight. A 0.3, this one again, deep, 13.9 clicks down. This one, 7.2 for that 0.6. So I really have to wonder what we've got going on. But and the quake number now up to 447 in the last 24 hours. Just had another one pop in here, and that's a 1.1 that we've seen, 7.4 kilometers down. So it's interesting, the 2.4 for the other 1.1 that's a little further away. So are we seeing something strange going on? Here's another one that popped in, that's on the 4th, oh, no, that's older. I guess I'm moving around with the mouse too much. But what I do have to say, it is definitely in the Frageralfjall area. And being in Frageralfjall is a good sign. And hopefully we will see something happening there. Let's go take a look at a few other volcanoes around the world, though, before we get too carried away with this. I do want to go and look at, let's start out with a Popocatépetl. Really quickly, though, we're going to go through these. I'm not going to spend too much time going back, but we know Popo has been busy. I need to make that the right size and get you on there. There we go. That is from 1527. I want to give you the live shot. This is right now, Popocatépetl. And you can see it is continuing to plume. If we go back just, let's see, half an hour just to see what it was like, you definitely see it still continuing to do its thing. And if we go back a whole bunch here, this is almost 3 hours, we can see that pluming off. Prior to that, we did have clouds in there, and that caused us all kinds of grief. And that is what most of our day was like. But there we go. This is from 1506. Fairly heavy plumes going up, but also fairly heavy cloud moving in. And that's always a kind of a bad thing for us volcano watchers, right? Anyway, that is what Popocatépetl is doing. Let's go put that multicam view on just so you can get a couple different angles. and it wasn't so pretty because most of everything was in the clouds. Unfortunately, oh, maybe right about here. This was about an hour and a half ago. You can actually see on all 3 cameras or 4 cameras that we had some activity. But not going to dwell on that. Let's leave that one be. Going to make that one smaller. And the other cameras here as well. Going to pop this one down to size. And next one we want to look at is Fuego. And I don't know if we're even going to see it. Let's make that bigger. And sliding through looking for a something other than a volcano gray. As we call it. Yeah. Oh, hang on. I did spot it. There it is. That is from 1629. We are definitely seeing some activity there at Fuego in Guatemala. Unfortunately, the clouds are such that we don't get a very good look at what's going on. Here's another little tidbit that the volcano gods will give us. We can see a nice plume rising up there, so pretty awesome. Take a breath in right after you hold your breath as long as you can to stop the hiccups. Okay, I will do that when I turn blue and pass out. We'll take another breath. Anyway, we'll leave that be. Fuego in the clouds for the most part. This one, of course, is from yesterday. Let's refresh that. This is Masaya volcano in Nicaragua, and it was looking pretty good. And this, of course, is today from 1916. Same kind of shot. I should have got the shot from this morning. It looked pretty clean, but this one actually is not bad, and we see it right there. Some lava down in a Masaya volcano down there in Nicaragua. Next one we want to take a look at, and I don't know if we could see anything. It's a Recon de la Vieja, a little further south, but no, well, actually, hang on. Is it further south? Yeah, it is, I think. By a little bit. Anyway, nothing there. Let's go down further south, and that is down to Chile. First one on the Chilean agenda here is what we were seeing this morning from Lascar, and Lascar is doing some off-gassing. You can see a little bit of a plume develop in here as the wind is blowing across the top, blowing it off to the left-hand side. So that is Lascar. Not very much activity there, and we will leave that guy be. And the other ones, of course, are not that great either. This morning we have seen this scene from Laguna del Mole, and of course they got a lot more snow there for some reason, and that is what we were seeing. So not much to talk about there. No stuff popping up, and of course the shot here of Villarrica completely clouded out. I'm going to try to refresh these and just see what we've got going on. It'll take a second, and yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to see much. I do see some smoke coming there from Lascar, but not a heck of a lot, and the other ones, of course, are not visible, so not going to waste our time on those. Going to put it back on Popo Cante pedal and carry on. Let's see what we got over here. And this is, of course, Merapi. And let's look for the gray screen. Merapi. Not going to make us happy, or are you? Let's see if we go back in time. And I don't think Merapi is visible at all. And oh, hang on, they just started their stream, and that is only about an hour and a half worth. So we're not going to see anything from Merapi today, unfortunately. Let's leave that one be, and we'll go to our next one. And this is, of course, our wonderful Mount Ruapehu. which we can't see either. So they've got some inclement weather happening as well. Even if we go back a little bit, try to search for it, unable to see it. So that is kind of bad. But hey, it's what it is. Not much we can do about it. I'm trying to go back a little bit. 6 hours ago, see, yeah, and they've just had bad weather, and we can't do anything about it. Let's leave that one be. I'm going to do a quick refresh here on the charts for Taupo, and Taupo too has some activity. We did see that in the last 2 days here. We have seen some spikes going. But we see this one here, and it dropped, and we get a couple more, and we got a couple more. So something in the area, and for a Taupo, definitely doing its thing. Let's look at the other sensor a little bit further to the north, and that is this one, and it is on a decline. So going back to this first chart, that's telling me there's something happening, and we'll see. It's either quakes to the south of Taupo, and if that's the case, that would be somewhere around underneath Mount Ruapehu or those areas, or we've got something happening right at Taupo. Let's leave that one be, and a quick peek to see what it looks like there. Kind of a nice day there. It looks a little windy again. You can see the wind flags there. We can see the mountain in front of Ruapehu, but we can't see Ruapehu in the background. The lake, of course, is the caldera for Taupo, and if that ever went, yeah, there'd be problems. Anyway, this wonderful shot, of course, is in New Zealand. That is live. It is 2:25 p.m. there right now, and just about 2:26. And it's a courtesy of a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And awesome shot, and nice to be able to see that today. Let's make that a little smaller. We'll pop this back to here and get that one going. Let's go over to our next shot, and that is our wonderful Semeru, and I have to find it. Where is Semeru? No, it's not that gray one. How about this one? Yep, that'll work. Isn't that a nice shot of Semeru? Oh, hang on, that's cloudy. What happened? Anyway, the same weather that you've seen over at Merapi does affect Semeru as well. And I'm just trying to go back in time here, see what we had, if we've seen anything. And I don't believe we will. Yep, it's clouds. It's tis the season for clouds there, and that's what we've got. So, yep, clouds. No matter what we do, we can't get rid of them, those darn things. Anyway, that's it for there. Not going to worry about it. The next one we've got is Mayon, and the Mayon volcano, of course, is alive right now. We're going to get this skip a trial. There we go. And of course, Lava TV Cabs has given us permission to use his wonderful stream, and this is what Mayon there on in the Philippines is doing right now. So Mayon has been erupting for a while here, and we are enjoying what we're seeing. We're going back about a half an hour or so. Huge lenticular cloud built up on the top of it, and I thought that was kind of neat. Didn't see a heck of a lot of anything else happening, and there you can see multiple lenticular clouds. It's neat how those clouds form. I really am impressed with them, and they look like spaceships. Pretty awesome. There's another one. So very, very cool. Let's see, if we go all the way back, we don't see it, but you know, the nice part about his stuff, he has videos of his streams, or at least he did, or the lives, I should say. This one was posted about an hour ago, and that was from previous stuff. So let's take a look at that. We can see some of the activity during the night, although I know it's not the greatest of views, but at least you can see that lava is coming out of Mayon, and pretty impressive. We know that it's got two paths that it typically takes. The one that's almost straight down here, and then the side one over on this side. I still can't remember the names. I think Misai is this one, and I don't recall the other one. Or is it Misai? Misai? M-I-S-I. Misai or Misai? Misi? Who knows? Anyway, that is what we've got happening. So the top of the caldera, and then of course lava flow coming down. We see some lava going in either direction, so pretty awesome. If we scan across the night, they did have the similar activity all night long, or at least for the duration of his video capture. And there you go, you can see what's happening there. That's pretty awesome. And for those good people who are here, if you haven't gone over and subscribed to Lava TV Cabs yet, there's the link to this video, and you guys can always go over there, subscribe to them, leave a comment in that video, say, hey, got sent over from DrFox2000, and just so you know, he knows where some of those new subscribers are coming from. And when he started with me on, he only had like 1,200. He's over 1,550 now. So that is pretty nice to see. Let's see if we can make his channel grow a little bit more, you guys. If you haven't gone over, please do go subscribe and let him know where you came from. Anyway, that is Mayon, and as it hit the early morning light, we see it a little bit better there, while you can see that wonderful shape, and that is pretty cool. And let's see, do we see any last kicks or anything before it hits daylight? You can see that lava actually is progressing down that hill pretty good, right in there. So, and that flow will go down to approximately 3 kilometers away from the volcano, some of those boulders. So you got to keep yourself clear and stay away from it. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble with this one. Anyway, we'll leave that one be. I'm going to actually put it back on his original live and get more commercials, but that's okay. I want to also see if we have Ta'al on. No, 9 days ago was the last one. What about Madame Rutsa? We'll try that as well. I know it's Pepsi time or break time, and no, she doesn't have anything on live either for Ta'al. Gonna put it back on Simaru, and we'll pop this back over to the canned lava for right now. Actually, we want to just take another quick look. 477 quakes in the last 24 hours there in Iceland, a majority of them in Eruption, and that is awesome. It makes me happy. I think we're gonna have an eruption. Anyway, let's get you back to the canned lava, and we'll leave it on there for the duration. I'm going to go take a break. Yeah, that Michael Olson, it is a lot of quakes. It's a party. A party. The lava workers are having a party. I'll be back. Hit the like button, you guys, if you haven't done that yet. And subscribe. Don't go away. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks. that microphone is back on, and yes, somebody mentioned that we now have over 500 earthquakes in Iceland, and we do. Thank you for the welcome backs there. Our wonderful Sue Hayes, as well as Blocksyman, and Kevin Haynes, and Mr. Pillar. And another quake just came in. We are now at 528 quakes in the last 24 hours. That last one that came in is a 1.3, 6.2 kilometers down. Let's stop our canned lava, go back over there and take a look at that, because that seems to be the limelight right now. Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. And, well, that's really escalating. I'm sorry for escalating Sharon Stewart's statement. Oh, yeah. I'm kidding. It's what it is. And we don't like to make a mincemeat anyway. Looking at them, though, we do see, like the comment there that I read was it's going to erupt in several places, and that is a possibility. It's also a possibility that it won't erupt at all. So bear that in mind as well. But from what we're seeing, we are seeing things that come shallower. I was looking at this one from a 135. That is 9 minutes ago, 2.0, 1.7 kilometers down, and that is sitting right here in Maridalier, okay? And that is very close to where the fissure is. There's your Siggy fissure, there's where all the other guys were, and that line, you draw that line towards Kaleer, and you kind of get the idea where that fissure actually lies. And that system was about 8 kilometers in length. So when somebody says that, yeah, it's going to pop somewhere along there in maybe multiple places, that is a possibility. We have seen it before, though, when we had the original Bob eruption, and that turned into a Ragnar. We had the swarming out here by Kaleer, and everyone thought it was going to pop and come up here, and then all of a sudden, next thing we had was a bunch down here on this side, and we kind of had to go, okay, is it going to pop down there? And then it moved back to Geldingadharma, and that was kind of interesting to see that back then. And maybe, we'll see what happens with this one. This is another fairly new one, 54 minutes after midnight, 3.0 kilometers down, 2.28, and that, of course, is in not Hagi. And this one is a 1.7, 2.6 clicks down, 54 minutes after midnight. And then we got this one here sitting on the island where the old berms were. That is now all buried, pretty much, right? No, yeah, it is. This one was from 1:27 a.m., 1.9 kilometers down. And the one here on the side of Storihöger, underneath it, is 900 meters down, and that is from 51 minutes after midnight. Then we've got this one underneath the ridge, 4.8 clicks, or sorry, 4.1 clicks down, a 0.8 from 122. So different depth for these things, different values. There's another quake, another 2.0 right there. How deep is it? 5.3 kilometers. It kind of makes you wonder, what are we seeing here? We've seen the very low ones at 9, 10, 11 kilometers down. Now we're seeing stuff that was 5, 6, and 7, and now we're starting to see things get more shallow. So I think the magma is coming, and we just kind of remind everyone that for the magma to come up 2 or 3 kilometers will take a couple of days. So that's something to bear in mind. So what we're seeing right now you know, unless we have some really, really major shaking going on. This one is a 1.3, 6.8 kilometers down, 1:43 is the time on it, and that happened 3 minutes ago. Okay, yeah, so you know, if we're going to wait, we'll see what happens within the next 24 to 48 hours. I think that is the time frame that will tell us whether we are going to see an eruption. You never know, it could be 12 hours. Volcanoes are unpredictable. What is the link to this map? Michael Olson, type in the word earthquake and put a number 3 behind it. Earthquake 3 is the one for this map. And the reason I use it is because it is automatically updating continuously. Yeah, there you go, and you'll see the link come up in a second. And there it is. And you are welcome to use it. And that is one of them. Earthquake is one of them. Earthquake 2 is the second one, and Earthquake 3 is the third one. And I use Earthquake 3 because it has some features on it that I prefer, like the outline of Eruption, the fact that we can turn on and off the seismometers to get their location. And right now, with all the quakes in here, I turned on the seismometers to see where they are, and we are having a hard time seeing it. There it is. There is our Eruption one, and that of course is sitting. This is Meridalia here. There's that little outcrop, and it's somewhere right there. So Siggy Fisher, of course, right on the other side. So that's where that sensor is located, right there. And you would have walked by it if you have been out there and went around. There's a Story Kruger, and of course you went around the. This is the spot where Meridalia. Everyone thought it was going to spill out on the southeastern side here. It never did, but the lava did get to this point here, just below that quake, and that is about where it stopped. So it was fairly close to that sensor. Here's another 0.6, 11.7 kilometers down for that, and that's a little further down. But the fact that we are seeing this mix of stuff coming up and still seeing some further down below is telling us, hey, we've got some activity going on there. Let's take a look at some of these other ones. 2.3, and we see it's 600 meters down from 133 this, so just a few minutes ago. This one is 2.18, 4.1 clicks down. So are we going to see something happen there? That's another good question. A 0.5, a 1.1 kilometer down, and that is kind of neat to see. 0.7, 4 kilometers down, 54 minutes after midnight. This one over here, 1.4 clicks down for a 1.2. This one is 4 kilometers down for a 0.5. This is 3.5 kilometers down. That's Kalier, and that's, what do they call it? Drifelt. Drifelt, if I say it correctly. That is that one. So Kalier here, Drifelt there. And this area, of course, we have seen it before, where everything that popped in here was shallow, and then all of a sudden everything moved. They seen smoke and stuff coming out of those areas previously on the last eruption, but nothing popped up there, and then all of a sudden we had Siggy Fisher over here. Another 1.0 came in, and that one is 17 kilometers down, and that is from a 147, so that happened less than 3 minutes ago. And that is what we've got going on. And hopefully we will see more of those lovely quakes happening all night. And we'll need a few of the bigger ones mixed in there. I did see there was a 3.2, 3.02 right there. That was 53 minutes after midnight. Basically 5.3 clicks down for the 3.02. This 2.4 was from 5.5 kilometers down, 2.44. And this 2.8, 5.2 clicks down. This one 2.51, 5.2 clicks down. You know, so the depths were showing at roughly those intervals, but wow, we have just a tremendous amount of earthquakes there, and just too many to count. We are up to 554 in the last 24 hours now, and that is kind of what we got going on. So the big news, of course, is Iceland is going crazy. Now, those people who are saying things like, you know, Iceland is going to split apart, nah, it won't. This isn't the first time it's had quakes all over the place, and I'm sure it won't be the last. It may get a little bit bigger, but I don't think it's going to split apart. So that is pretty good. Wonky Donkey says, Catla, smoke, email. You emailed me some smoke from Catla? Is that what you're saying there, mister? Let's take a look at Catla. Oh, and there comes an email just now. The electrons were slow. No, that's cloud. That's cloud, buddy. I see what you're talking about, but that's cloud. I'm pretty sure of it. Let me look at that. Actually, let's all go look at that. There we go. That, of course, is we're looking at our Fragedalfjall area in that shot. I just got to get on the right screens here. And that is right there. So, yeah. Where is... Yeah, this one here. This is, of course, with the sunset shot in there. This is the concern that you had from this one right in there, and I think that might have been on the other stream as well. If we go look at it here, and we can see that blowing away down here. Or is it that one? I don't know if we're back to reversed here. No. And I think that's it right there. Scroll back and forth to the same spot. Let's see if we go here. If we scroll back just a little bit. And I understand your concern, but I don't think that's coming from the volcano. If we go back far enough, that is moving. Now, I do see it there. But, you know, Trev, I'm not going to rule it out. We could be seeing something there, and you're referring to that stuff down in this area. Let me see if I can fix that a little bit. There we go. In that area. And I don't know if that is, you know, if it is or not. Take a look at it and see. If we go back a bunch further, we do see it kind of emanating in that area. Maybe there is something happening there, like this one, you know, looking at it there. So, yeah, I think maybe we better watch Catla too. What is that being caused by? Because there are no clouds drifting in there. And I will agree that there are no clouds in that area, because otherwise we'd see them coming along here somewhere, and we are not. So what do we got happening there as we go back? And I'm going back. This is about 45 minutes ago now, and this is about 50 or 48 minutes ago. You know, so we're going back and we're having a look. The thing would be take a look once the sun sets a little bit more, see if there's a glow, right? That'll be giving you some good ideas. Anyway, let's leave that one be, and that's kind of the same spot there that we're looking at. And if we go back, and this one is a little bit more silhouetted, but still shows a fairly large plume there. I don't know if that's something that we can consider. You know, and in this shot we're not seeing that. We see the clouds, and that's about 2.5 hours ago. So as we go scroll through it, keep an eye on it. That's all I really can say. You know, that would be something interesting that is happening there. Anyway, that is the Rakens. Okay, I'm just going through here. And of course, looking at the scene of there's Ragnar in there, Storihruger in the background, and of course we are not too far away. The Blue Lagoon and the power plant just on the bottom of this hill to the left of us, and of course Grindavik is the highway's just hiding behind the hill here, and Grindavik is off to the right. And the area that you're seeing out in front is not creaky, and that is what we got in Ragnar right there, Storihruger right there. So pretty cool. Anyway, that one, if you do want to keep an eye on it, of course I've posted this link already, and we'll do that again, so you have that link in case you wanted. The fireworks for the 4th are getting loud here. I'm surrounded. Oh no! Linda Schoof, I hope you are okay. I would go out and water your garden and spray water on everything, just in case. Things that make you go, yep. Hey, Yvonne, welcome back. What do you see in Yvonne? Anything new? Any new updates? And I don't see any smoke or any fire or anything happening there yet. Notice I said yet. I'm still hoping. And I do understand. Magma's up to 3 kilometers. Awesome. That is good, and we can expect the other 3 kilometers to be traversed within from 7 earlier today. That is pretty awesome. Well, I think we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens in the next little while here. I know I'm going to definitely be watching it and seeing what we have going on. I know it kind of throws the rest of the show out the window, but we are up to 566 quakes, a majority of them here in Fregadalfjall, and that is what we got going on, ladies and gentlemen. So is there a possibility of an eruption? And we have magma, and we have a magma intrusion that's confirmed, and we are now seeing the magma slowly, the quake levels, we shouldn't say the magma is coming up, we don't know that yet. That was fast, yes. Yeah, typically, as Yvonne had mentioned before as well, typically when we're going from 7 to 10 kilometers down, it can take 3 or 4 or 5 days for it to work its way up to about the 3 kilometer mark, for seeing it move that quickly within 6 hours, or half a day, and that kind of thing, from 7 kilometers down to about 3. That is actually moving quite fast. I predicted the 4th as the eruption date in honor of Independence Day. Linda Schoof, you have an awesome prediction. but it is already the 5th there in Iceland. No sleep tonight. Yeah, you know, that will happen. That will happen. Let's pop this back over to the earthquake map so you guys can see that a swarm and it just dropped a whole bunch. We are back down to 503 as far as some of those older quakes are being removed. But still 500 plus quakes there in Iceland in the last 24 hours. That is a lot of shaking, and definitely something to make you think about. And what? The kiss and the hot dog did help, I guess. Oh, and the hot dog. I want an Icelandic hot dog. Oh, you know, I keep thinking about doing that, the hot dog stand idea. But every time I start researching that, I'm really nailed with how much our Canadian government doesn't want meats from other places, especially foreign countries. And, you know, a pack of 30 hot dogs would end up costing me over $30 just for the product. And I thought, wow, you know, that's crazy. So what am I supposed to do? Sell the hot dogs for $10 a piece? I don't know if that's feasible. But anyway, yeah, getting back to the earthquakes there in the Reykjanes Peninsula, of course, Fragafjord area, definitely wanting to see more activity. And again, that is a home of Ragnar, which is right there, and the other events that happened during the course there with the other vents opening up. And then, of course, we have our wonderful Siggy Fisher right in here. And again, if you kind of draw a line from Ragnar to Keilir, that is about the direction of that fissure in general that is running along there. And Yvonne, if I'm not mistaken, is that fissure still considered to be between 7 and 8 kilometers in length, that whole area, as far as the possibility of what can go? Just had a quake. Another quake? Maybe a 3.4. Okay, and we'll see that on the map shortly. And thank you, Yvonne, for confirming that. So yeah, that the entire length of that fissure area is between 7 and 8 kilometers. So that actually, you know, from a Keilir, if you kind of use that as your top point and go back down, and you'll end up somewhere down here. So let's see, there's a Keilir, and you can kind of go scoot right through it, and that'll end you up somewhere down here, maybe even a little bit into the water. I'm not sure exactly how long that is. Okay, Firefree is struggling with the updating earthquakes because there are so many. Yes, that is one of the issues. Anyway, lots of quakes happening, and we'll see more and more and more. You know, we remember that we were seeing upwards of 2,000 quakes in a 24-hour period. So this is not unusual to see so many quakes. And of course, the end result was we had an eruption. So if this progresses and continues, we will see that. Anyway, yeah, look at all these ones at Keilir. A lot of that stuff is not that deep. Kristoffer had not that shallow, I should say. Kristoffer had a couple that were a little bit different. We see 1.1 kilometers down. This one out here, way in the water here, that is a 1.1 kilometer down. Then we've got a one over there by where's that? Well, they call it K-Lear, but I don't know why it's. Oh, there it is. 1.1 kilometer down from. That's a newer one from 59 and 159. So, yeah, that's a break time. Okay, have to go do a few things now later. All right, Yvonne, be good. And thanks for popping in again. And if we're still on, pop back later. We'll see what we can come up with. Always interesting to see the earthquake map going crazy, and we love it. So we're back up to 526 quakes, and that is just a wild. It is just crazy. You know, here's a good example of what we're seeing, some of these larger quakes around. And I don't know what it's on. We got another 1.5 just happened less than 2 minutes ago, and that is from a K-Lear. It's a 1.3, a 5.6 clicks down, and that is where are they showing it? This one, yeah, 1.3, 5.6 clicks down. It's just awesome to see that. Anyway, we'll leave that be there for right now. I'm going to go take a break, you guys. I'm going to put you back on the canned lava, and we will go do our thing. So, for the time being, keep smiling, be good, and hit the like button if you haven't hit it yet. That would be really awesome. If you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing as well. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes thereabouts with a little bit more information, and then we're going to try to hit some of the other volcanoes around the world yet that we haven't really looked at. We did look at our Merapi stuff, but we wanted to take a look at Shivelish a little bit as well. And let's see, what else did I want to look at? I did have a bunch of them loaded here. Okay, where am I here? We wanted to look at Urta Ale, Shivelish, and Piton de la Formes. We'll check into those after we come back from the break. In the meantime, keep smiling, enjoy the canned lava, and I'll be back. Here's some music. Thanks. Okay, I was just reading that comment, Alex. I guess your quakeometer, yeah, you gotta reset it there and keep it calibrated, and that is really important. And sometimes, you know, you get those shakers happening over towards you there, and that is over in that area. They do happen, but hey, we are still back up to 561 quakes, and that is pretty awesome. And let's stop our can lava, and we'll get back over to Iceland, and we will want to show that, and we'll go there. Thank you for the welcome backs from, let's see, Sue and Bob, as well as Kevin and Kananaskis Country, and Kathy, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart, as well as Mr. Pillar. So, yeah, I'm looking at what we got. Yeah, 564 quakes in the last 24 hours now. So that number was varying a little bit, but hey, it's climbing right back up to where it was, and that's a lot of quakes. A lot of quakes, and I'm trying to find that 2.9. There was one in here. Where is it? There it is, a 2.9, and that's the one that you felt 5.4 kilometers down from 2:10 a.m. your time there, Alex. So that is the one. And last time Last time I didn't really feel anything below 3.2-ish, maybe because it's closer. Well, you see where it is, so it's not that much closer. I mean, you're over there, and it's over here. Well, what is that? That's, I'm going to guesstimate 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, about 15 or 18 kilometers. You know, to feel a 2.9, 18 kilometers away is not that far. So that could be what we got. 3 point, yeah, that other one, wherever it went. Let's see if I can get on it. There it is, a 3.23. And that's 6.5 kilometers down. That could have been that one as well. I'm not sure which one you were feeling. It might have even been, no, that guy's a little bit older. It wouldn't have been that one. But yeah, we're going to continue to kind of keep an eye on this. Looks 20 kilometer-ish. Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah, I figure about 18 clicks, 20, yeah. 18, 20, something like that. So that's all right from there to there, and that is okay. Anyway, let's leave that be for a little bit, and we want to go take a look at some of the other ones. We did have some reports we wanted to go over. Yeah, that was the one at 203. That's, yeah, so that's the 3.23. That's a little bit bigger, and that, I think that one's actually about, that might be just a tad closer. That's over here, and the other one was on the other side. So you never know there, Alex. You never know. Anyway, the quakes keep coming in. We are now at 575, so the numbers are climbing, definitely heading on the way up, and we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, so I wanted to go over and look at the Shivelish real quick. And sorry, Quackers isn't here today, DJ. Quackers left us. He went flying. Earth Quacks. Yep, he definitely did. Anyway, loading up Shivelish real quick and seeing what they've got. This is the present view from their camera shot unfortunately, it has too much smoke to be able to see the caldera very well. So we'll just leave that be. The other shot here does show us we are still seeing some pluming out in the back area here. I want to see if I can make that, well, that's a little bigger. So the primary vent, of course, is from the caldera right in here, but we are also seeing that spot in the back. Let's look at the report that we've got today for that, and that is this one, Shivlish Volcano, Kamchatka, and that is the Kamchatka Peninsula. Field research to Karan Dome, and there you can see that dome very clearly. And if we make that a little bit bigger there, then wow, clicked on it, I don't know if it's really that much bigger. You can see the egg shape in there, and we do see this plume coming off of the side, and that is very interesting. So hopefully we'll see more of that activity going on there. And it does state there the fumarolic activity at the Karan and the young Shivlish lava dome area, and that is what they call it in there. The egg is the young Shivlish, and of course the old Shivlish was that larger caldera. Well, it's now a caldera that used to be a mound. And then it went kaboom. Let's look at the other shots though. Here's the other ones. This is a little bit of a closer up of the other area that I always talk about in the background, and that is what that is looking like. And I'm glad they took a decent image of it to present to us, and that is what we've got going on there. So that is pretty cool. Let's see what else they got. There's a Shivlish, steam-laden plumes from the lava dome at Shivlish on June 29th. So it's a little bit older picture, but there you can see those extra plumes, and there you can see young Shivlish over here doing its thing. So that is a pretty awesome shot. I like it. And there it just shows you where it is on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Anyway, on June 29th, a group of volcanologists from the local observatory did a field research into taking gas samples and temperature measurements of fumaroles from the Karan Dome. What happened there? Maybe later. From the Karan Dome area. The team climbed up to nearly 1,800 meters altitude to survey the ongoing strong steam-laden plumes that appeared 20 days after the massive eruption of the volcano on the 11th of April. So that is what we've got there in a nutshell, just to give you a little bit of enlightenment there. Quick peek at the other volcanoes there. Pavlov, not visible whatsoever. This is the Great Sitkin's going to refresh that, and also I'm not able to see that. Taking a look, we did see that already. We want to get rid of that. Let's click on that. There we go. And let's see, is there anything affected ash-wise? I don't believe so, so we can leave that be. I'm going to leave it on this one so I can find it later. And where was my other ones that I wanted to look at? I'm just taking a look. Piton de la Fournaise. Piton de la Fournaise has been in the news the last 2 days, so let's take a look at the report for it, and we'll have a peek. First, we want to go see what we've got there at our wonderful Mount Etna. If we go back in time a little bit to sunset time. By the way, all those people who are into watching bunnies, one of the bunnies has come to eat, which is really cool. He's definitely checking the place out. Anyway, we are seeing some smoke coming off the top of the caldera there. With this shot, of course, it looks like there's some smoke coming from the valley down below. We'll back that up a little bit and see if there's other stuff going on. And this is from 8:26 p.m. Their time. We do see some off-gassing out in the back here, and I believe that would be from the southeast vent. And of course, you're seeing the stuff up top here coming from the primary vent. So that is our wonderful Mount Etna doing its thing. If I go back a little more, the clouds were in there, so it's hard to tell what exactly was going on, but Etna is definitely there, and Etna is a force to be reckoned with. It too could erupt at any point in time. Quick look at the charts here. As we see, the baseline is anything above the baseline shows activity of eruption, and we're seeing it just kind of gliding or idling along. I want to see big spikes like what we got here. If we see a bunch of those, that'll make me happy. But anyway, that is what we got there right now. Now we did have a report on this one, and this is not a bad shot. This is a Piton de la Fournaise in Reunion Island, and that is a nice picture, and you can see multiple, well, you can see a whole fissure open up and multiple vents here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, and you can see the lava flow going down. So pretty awesome to see that. A chain of spatter cones are likely to be classified as spatter ramparts, generating a low lava fountains and lava flows into the southeast fissure vent. So that is what we've got going on there. That is a Piton de la Fournaise. Let's see what the other shots are. The lava flow from the southeast perspective, or southeast eruptive fissure. So some nice lava. I like that. That is nice. Over 600 quakes now. Awesome. And this one is aerial view into one of the several spatter cones from the southeast fissure vent. So that is pretty cool, and you can see that lava flying right straight up. That is awesome. And let's see, there you go. We get the map idea of what's happening. It says locations of both eruption sites at Piton de la Fournaise volcano, currently the only active southeast eruption site. Okay, so we see that doing its thing. I guess that's depicting a north. That'd be southeast, would be this guy. This guy will likely calm down again. And we can see the lava flow, and likely where the star is the end of it. So a pretty good idea. A front de coulée. Okay, so that is where, yeah, that's as far as it's gotten. So hopefully it won't get too much further, and it'll just kind of sit there and not kill any roads. This road, of course, has been decimated a bunch of times, and that is a kind of a ring road around the island, and it's happened before that it's been destroyed in a few places, so hopefully it won't get that way. And that is something unrelated, so let's get rid of that. And anyway, it says the effusive eruption at the volcano continues, but already restricted to one eruptive site. So in other words, it's calming down. Several new fissure vents opened on the eastern flank of Piton, is it a Valvule sector yesterday, but ceased sometime during the day. The main lava flow front has stopped at an altitude of about 1,700 meters, sliding down the slope, of course, and that's not mid-air, just so we're all clear on that. Coming down the hill. And Sue, yeah, well, not a problem. Thank you for reporting that back, and saying thank you for sending people over there. And yeah, I don't mind doing that. You know, he's a small channel. He's trying to provide us with good content, and the more of us that go over there and support him, just in let that commercial play every once in a while, it helps out for him. And I would really like to see him get a decent camera. Unfortunately, right now he's only using a cell phone, which is at his disposal, but it's still something that we would really, really love to see him get a decent camera there at his location, so he can zoom in a lot better on top of that mountain. The only thing we can't fix is the clouds that he's got. Those happen whether we like it or not. Anyway, I'm not going to go over too much more of this here at the Piton del Fornés volcano there in Reunion Island. Just letting you know it's doing its thing. And southeast area is what's active. Next one we want to do, Honeydew says there's a lot of 5 to 6 kilometer deep quakes in Iceland swarm, but there's a lot of around 1.1 also, so keeping an eye on it. Honeydew, absolutely, and there comes our latest news. Yvonne Kunkel just said, latest news, we have 3 possible hotspots, Ragnar, Siggy, or in Nothaggy. That is awesome. Nothaggy. I kind of figured that might be the case. So we might be in need of another name. Yvonne, it's been suggested that we name the next event for one of our good people that we had here. And I don't know how well you knew Daryl, but Daryl passed of cancer, and it was his insights and the wit and other things that came to mind. But Daryl was one of the ones that we thought about, and it's something that we might want to consider using that name for us. I mean, if somebody else wants to name it something different, that's fine. But Daryl was definitely an advocate for volcanoes, and I really, I'm glad he had the opportunity to go and visit Mount St. Helens when he did, because it wasn't long after that he was no longer with us. So, and yeah, I would. I'd say that would be a name that we could choose. Again, we have to look at everything when we do that, but it's not our place to really turn around and push that on to the people of Iceland, since it is theirs. But for us, who is him? Who is Daryl? Daryl was, he was there from day one of Bob, basically. He was a very, very good guy, and he was in there all the time, and helping promote, and he loved volcanoes, and unfortunately he lost to cancer. So that is who Daryl was, and very, very good person. Okay, so let's leave that alone here, and we'll say bye-bye to Piton del Fornés in Reunion Island for right now. And we'll go to our next report that we want to do, and that is on Erta-Ale. Erta-Ale is the Danakil Depression in Ethiopia, and field report, a new eruption in the southern pit crater. And if we click on that, it doesn't make it really big, but a recently formed hornito at the southern pit crater and lava flow is what we're looking at. So that is pretty awesome. And then they have this satellite image from July the 2nd, and you can definitely tell where we're at right there. There's the original fountain or vent, I should say. And there is where it has been coming out of just in the last couple of days. So, and that would be pretty cool. So, anyway, that is what we got there. That was from a couple days ago. And Erta-Ale definitely on the upswing as well. And that is from a Sentinel-2 satellite image. Anyway, we were informed about the new effusive eruption at the volcano yesterday. Our expedition leader, a geologist, and a local guide, Enku, whatever his name is, from Volcano Discovery Ethiopia, forwarded the AFAR tourism report about the recent activity. The new lava supply started to feed into the southern pit crater yesterday. A vigorous lava spattering, telltale sign of delicate equilibrium between incoming and the releasing of gas steam emissions. Visible in the attached video is, there's a video. Oh, let's take a look at the video. We can kill that volume though. That is a little bit on the loud side. Will that get bigger? Yeah. That does show you a little bit of the size of that. It's not that small. And yep, Bob, Siggy, and Daryl. There you go. And that is actually a pretty good shot there. So that is what we were seeing there at that one. Anyway, what? Oh, I've already run right through a break time again. Darn it. Daz? Who is Daz? I have no idea. Anyway, let's leave that be for right now. Let's put this back to where I had it here, and we'll put that back onto live, so I can find that later. For right now, that is our view. There is Ragnar peeking his top of Ragnar's peeking out. And there's Storihurger, the big hill that everyone was viewing it from. And of course, we've got Not Creaky area over here, and Not Haggy hiding behind that hill over here. So that is an area that we may have potential eruptive activity happening. Real quick, we are up to 634 earthquakes on our last, for the last 24 hours there in Iceland. Is a nickname for Daryl when I come, where I come from. Oh, okay, cool, Alex. Yeah, so, yeah, Daz might be okay as well. That might fit a little bit more appropriately within the Icelandic community as well. Anyway, just saying. Okay, I'm going to go take a little bit of a break here, you guys. Obviously, the stream today is nowhere near where what it normally is. So we're doing things weirdly, and some people like Wonky Donkey have already fallen asleep. Das Hören, so Das Lava is what you're saying. Das Lava is over there. Good night, Trevor, and sleep well, Mr. Wonky Donkey. And let me put you back onto some canned lava for the meantime while I go take a break, let my throat rest for a few minutes, and we'll go from there. So, yeah, I need to do that. Hit the like button if you haven't done that already, you guys. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing to the channel. That'd be really awesome. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Ethiopia is that country safe to visit? If you have armed guards, Kathy, yes. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. It's not the Ethiopians you got to worry about. It's the other ones from Eritrea. But anyway, I'll be back. Keep smiling. Here comes some music, and don't go away. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Yeah, you guys are starting to make me hungry. Stop that. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kananaskis Country and Kevin Hames and Yvonne Kunkel, who's still back here. Awesome. Nice to see you, Yvonne. And yeah, we are up to, what is it, 667 quakes there in Iceland. I'm just going to pause this canned lava, and good thing it's a big can. There, just to pop back to that map, and there you can see 667 quakes in the last 24 hours. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, DJ, for the welcome backs too. Doc, how many earthquakes in the last 3 hours? I have no idea. Let's see. 3 hours. And there we go. In the last 3 hours, 371 or 373. In the last 3 hours. I don't know if that makes much of a difference. I like looking at the 24-hour shot, so that's what we put on there. And Alex France, the ground isn't lava yet. It's just a jelly. Yeah, we need jelly or hamburgers for a Dr. Fox hamburger. Hamburgers. Actually, I still have my leftover pizza from yesterday, and that was really, really good pizza last night. I was really actually surprised, so I'm going to actually have that right away. But I was thinking about what I'm going to do here as far as how to kind of end the show. Right, time for bed. Awesome, Alex. You get some sleep. And of course, drop into the other stream if you hear of any eruptions, please, if we don't see them first. And you got the other stream, just pop in over there and say, hey, it's erupting, and that way we all will know. Since you're close, you'll hear about it, right? Or you'll smell the fires burning. I don't know what you'll see or smell, but anyway, that would be awesome. And get some good rest there, Alex. Good night. And yeah, I was kind of pondering, what am I going to do here with showing our volcano stuff. And I want to go over to Japan real quick. I don't know if Japan is even worthwhile having a look at. We do have a bunch of different cloud patterns in the way causing problems. So let's see if I can get over. No, there's Japan. For those who need to know, the ice cream boat is in, okay? You can see it right there. There's your ice cream boat. Anyway, Sakurajima not doing a heck of a lot. We see it still in the clouds. We've seen that weather system going through there on the southern end yesterday, causing havoc. This, of course, is the closer up camera, and I don't believe it got much better during the course of the day. If we take a look, we do see this is about 3 hours and 50 minutes ago, roughly. It really wasn't very visible at all. Even back earlier in the wee hours of the morning, or 5:22 a.m., wasn't very good either. So definitely not the best view from our wonderful Sakurajima, and that is what we've got going on there right now. So we'll leave that one be, and we'll make that smaller. Go to our next shot. That is the close-up cam. We can't see a darn thing on there. This one, I don't even know what. This is ASO. That's how bad, how foggy it is. This is ASO. The clouds are sitting right on top of it, so we can't see a darn thing. Back to work. Okay, Yvonne, you let us know if anything happens. Send me an email if you hear of something popping out, and I will do the same. And Azores had 3.5 some time ago. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. And looking at Sama is also in the weather, so we're not going to be able to do that. We'll make that one smaller, and the other ones are all small with the exception of this one. Oh, the second ice cream boat. A double whammy, you guys. Both ice cream boats are there. You can do that. That is pretty cool. Anyway, we do want to talk about the earthquakes more, but unfortunately we do have other things that we like to do, and I do want to give the volcano report, and we'll actually put it over here on the earthquakes so you can watch that while I do the volcano report. And we are up to 682 quakes in the last 24 hours. There in Iceland, 683 now. It doesn't take long. The ticker seems to go by. But let's do our volcano report for late yesterday. Oh, hang on. Yeah, 4 volcanoes from a Monday night's activity. And then, of course, Tuesday we have 11 volcanoes, so a lot of activity going on. Let's start out with what we seen last night, or what we had from last night. And of course, that is Sabancaya in Peru, sporadic emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters from 1915. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions in Vona to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters reported at 2030. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, volcanic ash seen on satellite imagery to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 2100. Sangay in Ecuador, we had constant volcanic ash emissions seen in satellite imagery to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters reported at 2,200. Those were from yesterday, so let's get at the 11 for today. And we'll start out with Shivlish on the Kamchatka Peninsula, volcanic ash emissions to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters, reported 15 minutes after midnight. And we also seen that separate report for that as well. Fuego in Guatemala, possible volcanic ash activity continues, reported at 30 minutes after midnight. Reventador in Ecuador, again a VONA report of volcanic ash to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 2 a.m. And then sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 13:15. Ubanas in Peru, sporadic emissions reported at 2:15 a.m. and then intermittent puff to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, and that was from 9:15 a.m. Mayon and Luzon Islands in the Philippines. Luzon Island is the big one, just so y'all know. Okay. Eruption to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters reported at 2:30 a.m. And then eruption, volcanic ash cloud unknown height reported at 15:15. Popocatépetl again, and that is central Mexico. Possible ongoing emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 4:45 a.m. And then constant volcanic ash emissions observed to 25,000 feet, or 7,600 meters, reported at 14:30. Piton de la Fournaise, and that is La Réunion Island, or La Réunion, France, and that is, of course, Reunion Islands, a wonderful volcano. We've seen that report from 5:06 this morning, and we also seen the report on Erta Ale in Ethiopia, and somebody had asked if it's safe to go visit that volcano, and it typically is if you have armed security with you. So that is your way around it. And again, I will mention it's usually the Ethiopians are good people, and there are, though, some foreigners that get in there from not very far away, and they are banditos. For a lack of better words, they will hold people for ransom and steal all their money and whatever else they can do. Anyway, let's keep going with the report so we know about Erta Ale. 7 Cayenne, Peru, intermittent emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 7:15 a.m. Sangay in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 7:15 a.m. And then Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, back in there again. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 1,400. So there we go. I see our level just dropped again. I'm back up. 640 quakes in the last 24 hours there on our Icelandic dilemmas. So that is a pretty awesome number, and hopefully we'll see those stay up there. And hopefully they'll all be calm, cool, quiet, and collected. But one of the things that Yvonne and I had talked about previously was typically in an eruption you'll see some larger quakes and doing its thing. With the larger quakes at first, that's usually something having too much pressure on it and cracking open in a louder manner. And of course, after you've got those gaping holes, if you will, in the ground surface, then you'll start seeing the magma infiltrate those openings. And once that gets in there, of course, with the heat, there's natural expansion. And what ends up happening from there is you'll see smaller tremors, and the stuff that's below magnitude 1 kind of thing. So when you see things that are up in the 3 and 3.57, like what I'm seeing on the screen here, and 3.23, those are some of the larger quakes, although 4s and 5s would be more helpful in getting things rolling. But when you see a multitude of 3s, etc., doing their thing, it is definitely worthy of keeping an eye on what's going on. And we do have a bunch of those in here. So we see, what is that, 1, 2, 3, no, that was a 2.8. But right in the area there's a 3 or 4 that were over magnitude 3. So that is a pretty good indicator that we can have something happening. And we see additional quakes further out as well, just to kind of enlighten that a little bit. There's a 3.8 way out here. Over at Catla we had a 3.7, and that was 6.6 kilometers down, so we know that's not a quake in the ice. Over at Askia, at Bardabunga, we had 2 quakes. This one was a 3.94, and that is only 2.2 kilometers down. And I'm surprised we're not seeing more small tremors in that area. but that came in at 2002, right? So that is something to think about there as well. The other one is, of course, we did this before where we couldn't hit it. There we go. And 3.32, 3.7 kilometers down for that one. That came in right at 2000. So gives you a little bit of an idea. We got larger quakes around. Here's another 3 up here from 2:53 a.m. This is a very, very fresh, and that is, what is it, 13 minutes ago. So 7.7 kilometers down for that 3. You know, gives you a little bit more of an idea of what we got cooking here. But looks like 650 quakes last 24 hours, 652 now. So we are definitely sitting at that point. And yes, thanks Sue for dropping that link. That is the link for this map. So if you wish to look at it, you can use this one. And you can also use the other link. If you just type in earthquake, it will bring one of the maps up, or the link to it. If you type in earthquake 2, it will give you a different version, or a different map as well, and earthquake 3, of course, being this one. So those are there for your perusal if you like, and you're welcome to go have them. I'm going to do an SO2 report now, and we'll just do it very quickly though. And there you go, Sue, you got that, awesome. And let's just go around the planet really quickly and see what we got happening SO2 wise. I'm not going to get into as much detail as I typically do. I'm just going to point out where we've got stuff happening. So Kamchatka Peninsula, a little heavier than yesterday. We see all our regulars doing their thing there. Must be hard to sleep over in Iceland tonight. Oh, it probably would. I don't think I'd be getting any sleep. I think I'd be wandering out there in Eruption. Pick your preferred map. Yeah, and the SO2 map as well, if you like. You can do that. Looks like Canada's not doing too bad. Still have some fires up in Quebec. U.S. looking not bad for the most part. A little heavier here in the eastern places, but really not that bad. Looking at Mexico, though, we are still seeing some heavy pluming coming from Popocatépetl, going out into the Pacific as well. And that circulation that they had is no longer driving it all back into the United States and the Gulf of Mexico, so that's a little better. Looks like these guys here in Colombia are behaving pretty normal. Sabancaya still sitting there with a lot more output than normal, and that has drifted in and back in through the continent as well, into Bolivia, and of course Paraguay and Uruguay, and into Argentina as well as Brazil. So that's kind of what we got there. Not too much happening there at White Island, a volcano. Australia pretty normal. Tofua is normal. Yasur still doing its thing. Gawa and Aoba are still doing their thing. And Menam and his friends are there. Menam. Oh, sorry, I started that again. I shouldn't have even said it. Anyway, anyway. Menam. Beep. Okay. There we go. We got it out of the system. Anyway, that is Papua New Guinea. And then, of course, looking at what we've got in Indonesia, pretty normal, Luol Tulak, and of course, Semeru, Merapi, and Krakatau and Jakarta. I'd be interested to see if there is any SO2 coming from somewhere in Iceland besides the aluminum plant. Well, I get over there in a minute there, Sue. Yeah. what is it? Ibu and Dakono doing their thing there. Not seeing as much coming from Mayon. It's got lava, but not so much bad gas, which is really good. Bulusan, though, also there, so we can blame both of them. And then, of course, a Taal volcano there in the Philippines, and that is Luzon Island. The whole thing from down here to all the way up here, or here, wherever you want to go. Anyway, that is where we see that. And going up, looking at Japan, pretty normal there. It's actually a little better levels today, not so bad for Sakurajima. Iso also not quite as bad. And looks like Asama has picked up the pace a little bit. So that is what we're seeing there in Japan. And not bad there. India, eastern portions as usual. Looks like we are seeing heavier SO2 levels with the air warming up there. That SO2 has a tendency to stick around, and they don't get any rain here because this is a part of the Sahara Desert, and you're seeing the heavier SO2 from the oil refineries there. And down here you're seeing heavier SO2 from the smelting plants for that gold. And of course there is our what we refer to as Goma 1 and 2. DR Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo. There's a couple of volcanoes there, as well as some coking plants. And Erta typically somewhere in here, but we can't see it because of all the other pollution from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran, and all those ones that are producing oil there. And looking at the plume here, this is from Mount Etna, of course, doing its thing. I wonder if we will reach a threshold of 1,000 quakes in 24 hours today in Iceland. That is a good question. We've seen that before, though, and hopefully it will continue. And let's see, any SO2 from around Indianapolis is my barbecue. Extra lighter fluid. Oh boy. Anyway, Etna doing its thing. Stromboli still throwing out a lot of SO2 as well, but I'm not doing too much erupting. Now, let's look at Iceland. We do not see anything new coming from Iceland. Of course, the aluminum smelting plant is right around here, and we don't see anything there right now. So I think we're in a pretty darn good shape. And if we go to that picture, does it? No, you can't, or can you see it in the background? No, you can't. I was going to say, I think one of these shots there, you can actually see the aluminum plant at the shoreline, but this is the harbor, so we're looking a slightly different direction. Let's leave that be, though. Or do they have one? I drove by that place so many times. Oh, anyway, okay, never mind. So that's kind of our SO2 report, and I really don't want to get into the temperature map or anything like that, but we're just going to have a quick peek to see where it's hot, and I think we're still seeing pretty high temperatures down here. Phoenix is at 38 degrees. We see some 38s or whatever are still pretty high. 43 there in 44 in places like Death Valley. So that is still cooking, even though it's already a little later in the evening. So up here near Redding's 34 degrees. That's a pretty warmish. I'm not seeing, actually it's getting warmer in Vancouver Island as well, and seeing some Vancouver area fairly warm too. Looks like almost a hot spot in Canada, believe it or not, is is up here. This is crazy. Yeah, this is the Mackenzie River Valley. And right now, this is the lowlands up here, or the delta. And that is a little bit on the crazy side. Let's go back down here, though, and look for those high temperatures. Yeah, we do see it's a pretty normal there, and sliding down a little bit more, pretty normal. And Central America, we see again on the eastern side of Brazil, a little bit on the cool side. Buenos Aires are just a little lower, is kind of that cutoff for the warmth, and anything below that in Argentina is cold. A quick peek over here at this place called New Zealand. Yep, Christchurch is sitting at about 12, Wellington 15, 14, Auckland coming in at about 14, 15 as well. And there's Hastings coming in at 14. Taupo, there we go. Bleh. Taupo, got it. 12 degrees and on the lake, so not that bad for them. And Australia looks like they might be on the rebound. 10 degrees in Hobart, and 13 there in Melbourne, 13 in Adelaide, Canberra 11, Sydney 20, and home of Oz, Brisbane, is 24 degrees. That's pretty cool, or warm. Yeah, it's warm. It's cool, right? Cool, it's warm. And up to 31, 32 degrees up in the northern climes. So that is what we're seeing up there. Rest of the stuff here looks pretty normal in Papua New Guinea and Indonesia. Bangkok coming in at about, and what is that? Bangkok 30 degrees, 29, 30 for them there. And Delhi about 28, 29 degrees right now. And looks like they've got up to about 37 degrees Celsius there in China. That's pretty warm for those guys. Japan looks not bad. Kamchatka Peninsula, still some crazy temperatures. 27, 28 degrees I seen there. 28 right there. And that is just ludicrous. There's a 29. And wow. If there was any snow left there, it is definitely melting. Looking here in the hotlands, we see 41s, and we don't see any 42s anywhere. And so Death Valley still takes it for right now as far as the hot spot on the planet. Even now, what is it, 8:20 there in the evening? So pretty awesome. Quick peek at Piggy's place, and she's got about 24 degrees Celsius, and that is not so bad. Well, for nighttime, not good for sleeping. 22 in Athens, and yeah, 24 degrees. Thanks, Sue. And of course, over in Sicily, we want to take a look at Redenzo, seeing about 14, 15 degrees there. So 14, thanks. And 22 in Catania. And of course, our wonderful Tom will be heading over to this other continental area. Not here to Naples, but he might go there. I don't know. It's 22 degrees there. But he is definitely going to this place called Roma. He's going to have some Romas. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. 20 degrees there in Rome right now. And Milano coming in about 19. I want to go take a look. Not bad in Madrid, 15, 16. Same thing in Munich. I want to see, though, here's circulation. I wonder if they're getting rain and stuff. Frankfurt coming in at 16, Cologne 18, 17 at Von Kunkel's house. And we see about 13, 12 or 13 in Berlin, and 13 in Hamburg, and we see a 12 at Copenhagen, and 11 at Aarhus. We'll leave the other ones out of it. London coming in about 12, so about the same. And we see 9 in Glasgow, 11 in Aberdeen, and we do see Leeds at 11. And let's see, Ennis, home of Irish monk, sitting at about 13 degrees, and that would be over here somewhere. There's Ennis. Oh, it says 11 here. Oh no, Sue, what are we going to do? And we'll have to split the difference. It says 13 there, 11 here. We'll call it 12 degrees. How about that? Okay, moving over and seeing what else we've got going on. There, Reykjavik, real quick, looking at 6 or 7 degrees. Brr, that's not so good. And that magpie you heard in the background, he's telling me I'm supposed to be done with my stream, disturbing their roosting. Let's take a quick look for the coldest temperature. We'll peek at the storms here in a minute. And we'll just see what we've got. I'm searching and looking at about 79. There's a minus 80, and I don't know if it's going to get any colder than that. Minus 80 degrees Celsius. What? LOL, a magpie is correct. Yep. Coldest is, oh, you found minus 80 as well. Alright, that is awesome. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll basically pack up the stream for tonight. What I'll do for the next little while, though, is I will create a different kind of a page here. If you hang in there for a minute, let me see if I can do this. There is a Ragnar. I want to use that one as one of the shots, so give me a minute. I will build this together here. I just got to get on the right screen. So I have that one. I want to click here, and we'll build this. Just give me a minute. We'll build it. We'll do our thing here. This is how we create things. This is a temporary measure, mind you. And there's one of our screens that we want to look at. And let's leave that one be. And then I'm going to go over here. And we're going to make you another one that we also want to look at. And that is this one, to see how many quakes we got. Now, I may do something strange with this one. We're going to maybe stretch, hang on, we got to stretch it. I need to, there, click that, all right. And we will leave, maybe we'll make that one just a little smaller. And we'll make this one just a little bit bigger. Oh, no, that's going to be too stretched out. We got to have a little reasonable thing here. How about we move that over there, so we can look at a Ragnar. That's going to make the numbers look funny. We got to keep some perspective there. Let's leave that there. Good night, Doc, and everyone. Yeah. Good night, everyone, and be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. And we're going to actually this isn't working. Let me do this. Well, I'll do it that way, and then I'll bring this one up atop. Oh, move! It doesn't want to go. Darn it! I think I have to do a recapture on it. It doesn't love me. Okay. Copy or remove or paste. No, that's the wrong one. I want this one. I copy, remove, paste, and I turn it back on. Okay, and there. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. I tried. Let's see if we can do it that way. That might work. Okay, I will leave it on like this for you for now. And we'll leave that on for the next hour or so till I get ready to go to bed. So we have our wonderful earthquakes, and we have our wonderful stuff happening in the background there. I will add some text to it right away, and that is awesome. Yvonne says, night night Doc and everyone. Thank you, Yvonne. Spoke with the colleagues over in Iceland. They have an uplift all over the peninsula. Yeah, they were saying that it's since what was it, since April they have a 2.5 centimeter uplift, and that is about an inch for those people who need to know it. And that's pretty awesome and interesting to see that much uplift. Anyway, some of the gift memberships are getting out. That is awesome. Those were still left over, and Sharon, they are now being used. So pretty cool. I'm trying to make this just a little bigger so you can see Iceland a little bit more. Okay, how about right there? That'll work. Okay, for those good people who are still here and watching, I am kind of officially ending the stream, but unofficially we are going to let it run for right now because of the events happening. And there you can see 703 quakes in the last 24 hours. I'm going to leave this on for another hour and a half, I think, and we'll go from there. I will have music on there once in a while. For the first little while, of course, I'm going to go over and eat and stuff like that, so we'll do that. And all of those good people who are watching this, if something does happen, I mean, you are welcome to make comments, do what you like. I will put the music on for in the interim. I may not come back on the mic later, but you never know if something happens. Hey, Grenzed, didn't realize you were here. Welcome. Anyway, I will leave it as that. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Keep an eye on what's happening there in Iceland. We'll leave this stream on the way it is, and I may do a few things there, and just maybe a title or something, just so if you know what you're looking at, and that kind of stuff. So smile, be good, and take care of yourselves. Always be kind to others, and I need 1 or 2 hours of sleep now. Oh, Yvonne, that's a lot of sleep. I need some food. It's been a while since I ate, so I do need to do that. And that was around noon, and it's well past supper time. Anyway, be good. Take care of yourselves, everyone, and keep smiling and keep your fingers crossed that we will see an eruption there in Iceland. And as you can see, 734 quakes now, so we're getting up there, and that is mostly in Fagradalfjall, and we're going to keep eyes on those. We'll see what the depths will climb up to, and that is stuff we want to see. I do see some quakes that are getting up there. We got some that are 1.2 kilometers down. There's a few of those, 1.1 clicks down, and I hope they keep coming. Krusevik has a 1.1 kilometer down. Clear 2 kilometers down, and that, all of those, all doing fun stuff. Anyway, I want to say big thank you to our moderators: Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you guys for being on board. Thank you, Sue, for providing the wonderful reports that you do every day. I really appreciate it. So thank you, Sue. Also, a big thank you to Sharon Stewart for gifting that 10-pack of memberships today. That is awesome, Sharon. Thank you very kindly. And let's see, what else we got? No, I think we're all there. For everyone being here today, thank you. And of course, if anyone wants to super chat me a couple $1 million, I'd be happy to fly over to Iceland by tomorrow and just be there, okay? Anyway, I'm kidding. It's all good. Keep smiling, everyone, and be good. Take care of yourselves, because that is most important. And the one thing that I always add, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Good night, everyone. Take care. And here comes some music, and we'll be messing around with the screen a little while here. So, but this is what we're leaving on. What you're seeing on the left-hand small insert up on the top there, that is Eruption. You can see Ragnar in the distance there, as well as Storchurge, and we are just south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant, just so you get a little bit of an orientation. And if we point at it, we are here. If you're looking at the earthquake map, we are here, and we're looking in this direction. You can kind of see my mouse on both of them, but if you look at the earthquake map, this is the direction, and we're seeing this area over here. Okay, just so you know. All right, we'll leave it as that. Be good, be kind, and take care, guys. Here comes the music. I'll let that play, and I'll be shutting this down in about an hour and a half. Good night, everyone. And happy 4th of July to everyone. I forgot to say that again to end it. Good night.